Okay, we're ready to get started. Could you please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all. Could you remain standing for a moment, please? If you haven't heard, I'm sure most of you have, we lost Jordan Ehrenkrantz suddenly. Jordan was one of our pioneers, owned property here for 50 years. Full-time resident for 25 years, POA board member for 5 years, president of the POA board for 3 years, city council for 4 terms, 12 years, a real pillar of our community, a wonderful man, cheerful, positive, reflective, filled with history, filled with stories, filled with good guidance. We're going to miss Jordan and us. Please join me in a moment of silence for Jordan and for Jenny. Thank you very much. Well, welcome to our first hybrid meeting. Appreciate your patience. Glad we've got everything running. We've got a screen in front of us so we don't have to look around. We're going to, of course, run this like we've always run our meetings. If you're here and you would like to address us when we get to that point, please pick up a card and give it to Harmony there at the end of the table, and we'll be able to hear you. We will be able to see you sitting behind that monitor. We needed that monitor there so we could all see it, but we'll be able to see you when you speak to us. If you're on Zoom, please use the chat box or click raise your hand or email the board at canyonlakepoa.com. If you're on Facebook, you can send us an email also.
Excuse me, President, can we please have them raise their hand virtually rather than email? Can we have a hand raised virtually rather than an email?
Okay.
For their member comments.
We need to have you raise your hands virtually. You'll find it's the setting at the bottom of the screen that allows you to do that.
There's tutorial on our website as well.
Okay. So I'm going to be terribly challenged understanding people talking through masks because I'm challenged hearing anyway. So that's why I took my mask off. When you speak, if you take your mask down, I would appreciate that. I think we'll be okay. We will allow discussions to, as we always have, on our board action items and allow comments and questions. We also have a public comment period that'll come later in the meeting that'll give you an opportunity to speak if you'd like to address us. We can't change the agenda, but we will be able to pick up any ideas that you have and pass those along to next year's board. Okay, we'd like to confirm our quorum. Harmony, could you do that for us, please?
Yes, sir. Director Brangham? Director Odell is absent. Director Kamasian? Here. Director Nathan?
Here.
President Poland?
Here.
4 present, 1 absent. Quorum met.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to have a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Guess I should ask for any corrections or changes to the minutes. Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you. So we're ready for our public official comments. I see on the agenda that Bonnie Woodrum is going to address us. Is that right, Darcy? Okay, we're ready.
Thank you, President Poland and board members. I just want to note that Councilman Smith is actually online and has a brief update. So if I can let him go first, because he has small children with him this evening and he needs to go. But I don't know if you actually saw that he was online.
I do see him online, President Poland, if you'd like me to add him on.
Okay. You know, I'm going to have to ask you folks to be patient with me for just a minute. I have a microphone I can place and I'll be able to better hear. Okay, if you could repeat that, I'd appreciate it.
My pleasure, President Poland. This evening, Councilman Smith is online and wanted to share a few comments with you before I get started, since we have a little bit of a lengthy presentation. So I don't know if you'd like to recognize him first, so he can, he actually has small children with him this evening. Before we go into our presentation, if that would work okay for you.
That's fine. Thank you very much, Darcy. Councilman Smith, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. Thank you. Chris, I appreciate it, and I do appreciate you starting the meeting off with a moment of silence, as most of you have found out throughout the day that Jordan passed last night. And I too would ask just a few moments of silence for my update from the city, if you don't mind. Thank you for that. It's, as I look here and I see some of the updates that I had to give on behalf of the city, it's not as important as the fact that we lost an amazing man, someone who's given his entire life to this community. Everyone on this call, everyone who's in that meeting has a story with Jordan. That's just the type of gentleman that he was. But I wanted to use this time just to ask the community who's participating in this meeting, keep his family in your prayers. The blessing is that he was with his family when he passed. He was in Florida. We were blessed to hear that, and he has a great relationship with his family, so that meant, I know, the world to him. But I just ask that keep your prayers and thoughts towards his family. We will let you know as far as ceremonial. We're definitely going to be doing something for him. We've already received so many phone calls from people regionally, and we're just blessed to have such an amazing community who support everything that Jordan has done, and he's going to be loved and missed. I know for me personally, he was an amazing mentor. So that is my update. And I just want to say thank you, everyone, for all the calls and the text messages today. As Jordan would say, you know, keep moving forward, business as usual, but I'm not going to do that with our update. I think he deserves this moment of recognition. So thank you. I appreciate it, President and members of the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Poland.
Lynn, could you change this to speaker view, please, so we can see the people that are speaking to us?
I understand you have a full agenda this evening, so I'm going to have Bonnie Woodrum from Elsinore Valley Municipal Water District come up and share a presentation on some of the considerations we're exploring with potential water rates next month.
Okay,
Bonnie?
thank you.
Thank you, Director Burke, and thank you to President and the Board of Directors for allowing us to come here this evening and share some information about a public hearing regarding rates in our budget. So I believe we have a presentation to pull up so we can share a little more information with you. I'll go ahead and start and then the presentation will catch up. So a little bit about Elsinore Valley Municipal Water District. We serve 157,000 customers here in the service area, from the bottom of Corona to the top of Murrieta, across to the Ortegas, and all the way over here to Canyon Lake. Within that 97 square mile area, we have hundreds and hundreds of pipelines, sewer and water pipelines. We have many, many facilities, including water tanks, our water treatment plant here in Canyon Lake. And if we can go to the second slide, please. Many, many facilities here, and we produce about 7.3 billion gallons of water each year. We treat about 7.2 million gallons of wastewater each day. So the reason I bring all of this up is that it's an extensive infrastructure that needs to be maintained to ensure that we provide our customers with safe, reliable water service. Next slide, please. So with that comes a consideration of rates in the upcoming year. A public hearing notice will be mailed out early next week. The information is available on our website as of now. We are considering a 5.1% increase on the total bill. That hearing will be held on June 24th, 2021. It is a virtual meeting at 6 p.m. And the proposed rates, if adopted, would be effective on January 1st, 2022. Next slide, please. So I wanted to give you a snapshot of what we are facing with these costs in the upcoming years. As you may know, we do import water, about 65% of our water from Northern California and the Colorado River. And that water is more expensive than what we can draw locally. We're facing a $4.2 million increase with that. Also, energy, it's required to treat and deliver the water to your homes. Those electric costs are going up 20 to 27% in the next 2 years, and we're facing a $724,000 increase in energy costs. California water regulations, we must comply with local, state, and federal standards as we provide our community with the highest quality water service and wastewater services. In recent years, regulations have increased our reliance on imported water. And I know that you've heard Director Burke speak about the PFAS chemical. I've come to your meetings and we've had that discussion. And that's one of these cost drivers, is maintaining the compliance. And we're facing $9 million in cost of compliance. UVMWD takes care of our customers and our employees, and the district continually invests in our employees, their knowledge and skills and technical training. All EVMWD staff who work in water and wastewater must maintain current certifications and must learn about those ever-changing compliance regulations that I mentioned before. The district also seeks competitive pricing for costs of benefits, but things like healthcare continue to rise. Next slide, please. So this is just a snapshot of those cost drivers. Here's a snapshot of our offsets. These are the costs that we can control. The staff has reduced by 2 over the past 10 years, though our community growth has been 23%. The general manager and board tasked the staff with reducing costs, so they were able to reduce $1.2 million over the next 2 years. We have an incredibly robust grants program, and we have retained $254 million in grants and low interest loans to offset costs regarding capital projects. Also, the board is considering a move to a 4-year rate model to save on expenses related to having a rate hearing. So what does this mean for you? Next slide, please. If these proposed changes go into place, we are looking at an average monthly increase of $7.65 for a household of 4 people with an average property size of 4,700 square feet and a consumption of 21 billing units or CCFs a month. Now, this is very general, so I would welcome you to visit our website, evmwd.com/budget, and there is a bill estimator, and you can put in your household number and your property size, and it'll be able to show you what that proposed increase would look like. Also, all of the information about our rates is available on our website, and will be in your mailbox next week. Next slide, please. And while we must keep pace with our important water investments, the district also understands the difficulties faced by many in 2020. So we do offer many assistance programs to assist our customers, whether it's a low income or a fixed income, or maybe you just need assistance with a payment plan or even rebates. We have many, many options to help customers. And my best advice is to give our customer service team a call and have them help you find the right assistance program for you. Our phone number is 951-674-3146. Next slide, please. So again, we have that notice going out in the mail, and it'll be in your mailbox shortly. And we still invite you to attend our public hearing on Thursday, June 24th at 6 p.m. This meeting will have our finance team who will be able to give you a more in-depth look of what I talked about here this evening. And this will be a virtual meeting available at evmwd.com/budget. If you have questions, there's a phone number and email address to contact us, and of course, the information on our website. Next slide, please. Lastly, I just wanted to let you know that Director Burke We'll be having a coffee on the patio tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. So all of you early risers who may have questions about water, she'd be more than happy to talk with you. And listed here is her email address and her phone number. And we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have this evening. And thank you again for allowing us to come tonight.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Any questions online, Harmony?
One moment. Not related to this. No.
Okay.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you very much. Any other public official comments? We've heard from Jeremy. Okay, then let's move on to our presentations. You want to bring that up for us, please? We wanted to take a few minutes tonight. Yes, please, because it picks up the microphone, the speakers on further back. Thank you very much. We want to take a few minutes reviewing the year. It is the last meeting of this board. We'll be handing off to the new board next week. Exciting times coming forward. Always good to see new things happen. I'd like to start off by talking a little bit about what the board of directors accomplished. You know, your board of directors are responsible for pretty much everything that goes on around here. In our articles of incorporation, there's a long list of items that the POA is responsible to provide to its members, who, as you know, are its shareholders. And each of those responsibilities is assigned to the board of directors. And they relate to management and operations and all the business affairs of the association. Of course, as a board, we have a tremendous staff and a great general manager, and we hand off the day-to-day operation and management of all that to our staff. Your board began this year by setting its core values, purpose, and vision. This community has had a mission and vision for a long time, but it's a little bit general, and this board decided this year that they wanted to be more specific so that we could have a benchmark to judge our activities and how we spent all of our money. We said we wanted to be a sought-after resort-style community, but it was for permanent residents. It respects and meets the expectations of a diverse membership through enhanced amenities and increased property values. That's an important statement, and it's one that directed our decision-making as we went through the year. Our hope is that next year's board will pick up and take a good hard look at that set of board principles, refine it as they see fit, and use that as the benchmark to take our community forward. We also expanded our board agendas for these meetings and the documentation that we provided for you to give you a detailed information about the actions that we were taking. That information was being presented so that you would have clear understanding about why the board was thinking about and what they were thinking about and how they were making their decisions. We also asked and received clear reports from each of our departments that appear in the board agenda package at the end of the package that have a wealth of information not only about activities, but about how we spend our money. The board decided this year that it wanted to try and reach out and provide you as much information on a weekly basis as we could. And we got together as members and we wrote weekly board updates that are sent out by e-blast, and they are posted on the website that answer a lot of questions and address the issues that are brought to us each week as we receive your emails and hear your comments. We were very interested in making sure that our committees were revitalized and that those committees started to get back together, stopped being dark, started helping with the decision-making process. We did that by changing our committee policy, reestablishing and recharging our committee liaisons to be board members, directors, and giving them the responsibility to be a direct line of communication between the board and the committee, two ways. And in that regard, we had clear information going to the committees requesting what we needed and clear information coming back. We updated our purchasing and contracting authority to the general manager that includes how major projects are to be designed and constructed under various milestones with careful definitions and project costs identified along the way. That's a very important step in getting a clear understanding of what it costs us to do things. It's always expensive, but we're a big organization. We build big projects. It's a good way to get that under control so we understand what's going on. We set architectural standards for our community so that we have some consistency in how our grounds look, how our buildings look, how our amenities are delivering services. And then we set through and formalized a series of financial planning guidelines. We adopted a budget model that linked board's goals with the budgets. It talked about efficiency. It talked about finding value. It talked about setting fees that provide for services. It was a good first start. You'll hear more about that tonight. We set a revised timeline for the board's budget development process, and we went the extra mile in figuring out what kind of contributions we needed to make to our reserve funds. All these things are important for fiscal responsibility, and this board has been dedicated to making that happen. But like I said, we see the big picture. We're at the high level, and we depend on our staff, our general manager, to carry all this out. And I'm going to turn this over to Eric now for highlights on their work as they carried out all the things that we need to do to make our association successful.
Thank you, Chris. Lynn's on our project goals page. I'd like to go through that. And these are a list of projects that have been prioritized by this sitting board and staff is currently working on. The board developed a project plan at the beginning of the 2021 fiscal year. Projects can take 3 years to develop and often go through many stages before they are approved for construction. These are the major projects that your board is currently working on. These are in addition to the ongoing repair and maintenance projects that we complete on a daily and monthly basis. Some of the bigger projects under construction are repair and modernize the golf course irrigation system that will save the community an estimated $105,000 annually in water costs. We're continuing to replace the mailbox concrete slabs throughout the community and make them more accessible. The following are projects approved for construction: installing new shade structures at Indian Beach and Sierra Park. Those were approved in a recent board meeting. Adding security lighting to mailbox units throughout the community. That was also recently approved. And a longer list of projects that are currently in design, permitting, or bidding are developing the unused land known as Sierra Park North into a family park facility with a pump track, playground, picnic areas, trails, and fitness stations. That project's currently out to bid. And I think, is it the 12th, Steve? We have a request for proposal out. It's available on our website, and we have bids. Our expected or requested bid date from contractors is next Wednesday. We have a job walk with many of those contractors tomorrow at the job site, and we're very excited about this project. We hope we get really good pricing. We've had a lot of interest from a variety of prime contractors, subcontractors, and there's a lot of interest in contracting the project, and the community has a great amount of interest in us building it. As you know, we have it on a ballot measure, so item 8 on the ballot. So we're looking forward to that. We should have some hard costs and be sorting through those as early as next Wednesday. Another thing we're currently working on is total renovation and update of the 50-year-old Happy Camp restroom building. It'd be a complete renovation of that building, redesign, more accessible, better layout, total modernization. We are also, you'll see later tonight that we have 4 bids, and we're going to recommend awarding a contract on the restroom facility at one of Canyon Lake's most popular parks, Roadrunner Park. This is a project that's been kicked around for probably 15 years. And we finally submitted it to the city. The city requested that we build a ADA accessible ramp down to the thing. So that cost us about a year. We built the ramp. Now we've designed the thing. It's out to bid, and you're going to see this board hopefully approve that project, and we can go build that restroom finally after 15 years. Modernizing and transforming the existing large dog park at Eastport Park. You're going to see that talked about later tonight. Enhancing the community's main entrance and Canyon Lake Drive South with new landscaping. Those are the medians along Canyon Lake Drive South. typically referred to as the pine tree medians. The pine trees are massively overgrown and destroying the curb, and we have a professional landscape architect has given us a proposal. And we're going to move forward with this proposal, have them turn that into construction drawings, put that project out to bid, and really update our entrance, which is just outside the gate, between the gate and Railroad Canyon Road, modernizing that and updating that a little bit, and then all of those medians with the pine trees. So hoping to accomplish that this year. Another project is expanding the bar and patio space, excuse me, at the Lighthouse Restaurant and Bar. And probably 2 meetings ago, we showed some renderings of that, and we're moving forward with that project and working on the construction drawings for that so we can put that project out to bid and get hard construction pricing. Also looking at repairing and replacing the 20-year-old finishes, furnishings, and flooring inside the Lighthouse Restaurant. That project also involves a little bit of a remodel on the bar so that the bartenders and servers can serve and access the customers out on the future front patio. That project has been completely designed, and those plans are currently at the city for plan check. And as soon as we get those back through plan check, we will put that project out to bid, and we'd love to do that this year also. And another project in this room is improving the Holiday Bay room lighting. We did a sound system upgrade in here, and once we can have a concert or two in here, we've been prevented since we upgraded the sound system from having a single concert in here. So once we can actually have a concert and test out the sound system, make sure the sound system works good, then we'll move on to the next phase and work on upgrading the lighting in here. This is all old incandescent lighting, and there's talk about LED, more modern lighting. Fine Arts Guild helped with donations on that. And so looking forward to concerts and finishing this room. That kind of sums up our overview for projects. We have a lot to get through tonight, so Susan's not here. I'll quickly go through the accounting department and what they do and what they've done. Accounting is responsible for managing the POA's financial operations in accordance with fiscal and accounting policies. This department helps create the annual budget and manages the budgeting process and finances. Accounting department is responsible for member assessments, recording of amenity revenues, collections, invoice payments, and monthly financial reporting. Some of the accomplishments for this department this year were formalizing and improving the budget development process by adopting a budget model, working with a board that covered operations fees and reserve funds over a 5-year time frame. Project lead on departments on Canyon Lake's POA software conversion. Susan did an excellent job and led the charge on a software search committee. And she's now also kind of our in-house project manager for collaborating with all the managers and the software company to make sure that this conversion goes smoothly. We also obtained a loan and then the Paycheck Protection Program loan in the amount of $1,103,000 from the Small Business Association to pay our employees affected by COVID-19. That loan was recently forgiven and is considered paid in full last month, which is really good news. We use those funds to pay our employees exactly what the funds were designed for, and the government has forgiven the loan, and it's now paid in full, no longer a liability. We provided payment deferral programs for our members experiencing financial difficulties due to COVID-19. Some goals we have going forward are leading the Canyon Lake POA and our software conversion, improving reporting metrics and efficiency, and increasing online payment options for members. We're hoping in the second phase of our software program that members will be able to go in online. It is 2022 almost, and see what they owe the POA and make payments and get an online statement. It's been a long time coming, and so we look forward to that also. And for activities, I'll give it to Lynn.
Good evening. So Carrie Pratt, our activities manager, is not able to attend tonight. So to give a little overview, as most of you know, unfortunately, the normal activities for this past year has been anything but normal. But the activities department oversees 6 amenities as far as scheduling and coordination of activities and events, and they do reservations at 9 reservable parks and facilities with staff and other departments. While we haven't been able to have some of the events, some of the accomplishments that they've worked on this past year is they did schedule and coordinate virtual activities and adventures online for a lot of the kiddos and folks at home under the stay-at-home order during COVID. We did implement a new pool software registration system. So when we were on a limited capacity, members were able to go in and reserve a space to go utilize the pool. We also implemented online scheduling for Galt Field. And then we did get to have a few events, which was nice last year. We're hoping to extend that this year as we're decreasing in the tier levels, but we planned the 4th of July fireworks, 2 Rock the Boat concerts, the Christmas golf cart parade, and the Parade of Lights. And then some of the projects that they had worked on was updating the Sanction Club policy and activities and the actual club sanctionings. So some of the goals that, as Eric mentioned, with our new software, a lot of our functions in all these departments, you'll see a lot of online services that we want to offer, online registration. They want to continue, as we're coming back into activities with these less restrictive tiers, to working with the clubs and groups again. We're very excited about that. We've been trying to update rules and regulations as needed throughout this last year and expanding programs. And then we've started to slowly migrate back towards some activities at the senior center, which has been very nice. I believe I'm doing the next one also. Oh no, Tiffany for communications. I think she's online.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Am I good? Okay, cool. I think I'm the first person talking virtually, so I wanted to make sure it works. Okay, as Lynn said, my name is Tiffany Krebs. I'm the Senior Communications Specialist for the Canyon Lake POA. The Communications Department provides strategic public relations, marketing, and creative services to all of the Canyon Lake POA's departments, and in the process delivers the Canyon Lake POA's information to the community. In communications, our goals are often tied to increasing our reach within the community and improving the quality and consistency of our information. Additionally, we place a pretty heavy emphasis on promoting our revenue generating amenities, which includes the golf course, restaurants, and campground. This past year, I'm excited to share that we exceeded our growth goals for followers and subscribers through all of our digital media tools. Notably, last year, we had set the goals of increasing our social media followers on all platforms by 12%. And at this point, we have surpassed at 20% since May 2020 on all of our pages. And we've also achieved similar increases in our email subscriptions and website alerts. In an effort to provide consistent information, we collaborated with operations and corporate to promote 6 community projects. And when we're promoting community projects, we're creating project website pages, fact sheets, notices, and we're out there taking photography of the project from basically start to finish. So it's a lot of work for us. And we also put a lot of effort this past year into providing the community with regular COVID-19 updates and really how they impacted our services, because it, like the rest of the world, it impacted pretty much everything that we did. Another project we were a part of is the organization-wide software conversion. We assisted in this project by researching more than 20 different software solutions and creating a comprehensive comparative report to assist in the final selection process. And moving on to our revenue generating amenities, as I was talking, the whole world had this pretty turbulent year. And specifically with our restaurants, we had this on-off dimmer for providing services. And to comply with restrictive guidelines, we assisted both restaurants in setting up and promoting DoorDash delivery service. And to date, we've had 864 orders between both restaurants. And we also assisted in setting up and promoting Open Table for the restaurants. And this is a service that allows customers to make dinner reservations online And to date, we have 793 reservations through OpenTable. Meanwhile, at the golf course, there has been a renewed interest in the golf since the pandemic began. I think it was probably one of our amenities that actually did pretty well during this. And they've just been extremely busy. So we focused a lot on promoting our daily play, annual golf memberships. We utilize social media, email campaigns, Google advertising, and local print advertising. And moving forward into our next fiscal year, we're going to continue focusing on increasing our reach and always improving our quality and consistency. Additionally, as we move into less restrictive guidelines for events and activities, we're excited to be able to actually promote more community events and activities and kind of get back to this new normal that we're living in. Another major initiative for us, like Lynn was talking about, is that software conversion project. And for us, we'll be redesigning the Canyon Lake POA's family of websites. And we're excited for the new websites to have a mobile first design. On our current website, we have 40% more traffic through mobile than traditional computers. And so we're excited to have a website that will look just as good on mobile as it does on a computer. And then we'll also be developing mobile apps, and we foresee offers the mobile app that we think will offer a lot more digital services and features to our members. And then this next year, for our revenue generating amenities, we'll focus on increasing our digital marketing efforts, specifically for golf and also weddings and banquets. And over at the restaurants, we're going to be working at increasing our photography and videography library, not only to highlight our food, but our overall dining experience that our customers enjoy. We live in a really unique community, and we have really unique restaurants, and we want people to see what it's like dining at those facilities and really sell that a little bit more. And lastly, I really just want to thank management and the board for this opportunity to showcase the work that keeps us busy in communications. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Corey Gorham. I'm the Senior Member Services Manager. My 3 departments include Community Patrol, Marine Patrol, and the Member Services Department. So I'll start with Community Patrol tonight. 2020 was a very busy year. It was very challenging as well. Some of the things that we accomplished in 2020 include, number 1 is we reorganized staffing to implement dedicated speed and parking enforcement positions at no additional cost. One of the second things we did is we did a complete analysis of gate volume and call volume. And what we found is during off-peak hours, we had an opportunity to reduce some costs by eliminating some unnecessary shifts. So we did that. Towards the back half of the year, we were very busy with, we went out to bid for our community patrol services. We received and evaluated 12 proposals and eventually entered into an agreement with G4S that started in March of this year. And lastly, just recently, we implemented a new convenient online format for traffic school. For 2021, some of our goals include, really our number 1 priority is customer service. We want to ensure that we have high quality customer service. We want to ensure that we have staff that are friendly and helpful. One of the things that attracted us to G4S is the amount of training that they offered and the amount of custom specific programs that we could select for pre-assignment training. And those were focused on customer service. So we're really excited about this partnership that we have with them. The second goal that we have for 2021, is to prioritize enforcement of rules that focus on enhancing the quality of life. So particularly, we're focused on speed enforcement. We're focused on noise-related issues. There are a few parking related rules that we're really trying to be consistent in. That includes the recently passed rules related to RV parking and trailer parking, as well as the unsightly vehicles that are within the community. And that concludes my report for Community Patrol.
Okay. All right. Hello again. Okay. So as you can see, we're trying to let every manager present that's here. So sorry, it's kind of a longer thing, but we had a lot we wanted to share with the members. So corporate, For those of you that don't know, the Canyon Lake Corporate Department provides overall executive management of the association's fiscal, departmental, and administrative functions. As you can see in the responsibilities, corporate oversees a lot of variety of things in the overall organization. So I won't go over that whole section of responsibilities, but some of the accomplishments this last year, the primary function, as we've talked about, complied with health and safety guidelines related to COVID-19. My two favorite words this past year has been modified and adapt, because we've had to do a lot of that around here, as everybody else has. Provided oversight and management and support to all departments while adapting to these unprecedented guidelines that we've all lived through. Provided project management and support on all major community projects. We act as a liaison with the city, EVMWD, and other local agencies in regards to daily operations and the ongoing projects. One positive thing that we got to do this year was we hosted a club presidents meeting with the clubs and the board to discuss policies and procedures and goals for the clubs within the community. We also collaborated with staff and updated policies, rules, and we were very happy to have our bylaws reinstated this last year. That was a very long time project. We renewed and updated the committee charters and the membership appointments. Some of the goals that we want to continue working on is working with staff with our software project, continuing communications and marketing initiatives. As Tiffany mentioned in her section, we are trying to get the word out in every way, shape, and form possible to the members. Continued staff training and development with hiring. Surprisingly, we've had a lot of transition this year. We've assisted staff, the board, and legal in trying to work on the CCNR project that we're about ready to in Denver. Increased collaboration with the communication of clubs and committees. So that was a big one. We really wanted to re-engage with those folks. They are volunteers and we appreciate that. And then we want to expand our service options with this new software. So that's kind of corporate goals and accomplishments. Thank you. Okay, Thomas, if you're out there still, you're up, sir. Before Thomas goes, I just wanted to make one little announcement since we're on food and beverage. We have a new country club manager. For those of you that may not have been there, his name is Keith Schlosser. He has years and years of experience in food and beverage. And if you have not met him yet, I encourage you to go to the country club and meet him. We will be posting a bio on him shortly, so that way the community can meet him and hopefully have him at future meetings so you can also get a chance to meet him. So I'll let Thomas do. Thomas and I had worked on this, so he was going to present. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Very good. Well, it's nice to be here, and I'd like to present the food and beverage department, which includes the Lighthouse Restaurant and the Country Club Bar and Grill. It has been a challenging year with so many adversities and whatnot, but we have gotten through it, and it looks like we are on the up and up, and we are moving forward. So we appreciate all the support of the board and the POA in helping us get there. With our accomplishments this year, we underwent several business modifications due to COVID-19. That started with full restaurant closure and moved into offering pickup and delivery service only. And then we went into outdoor dining and modified indoor dining. We implemented touchless menus over reusable menus to comply with COVID-19 regulations. Menus were printed in-house, and new paperless menus with QR codes were heavily promoted. We launched online dining reservations through Open Table at both restaurants. We streamlined takeout orders and launched delivery through DoorDash at both restaurants. At the Lighthouse Restaurant, takeout orders increased a total of 50%. Consistent evaluation of the food and beverage suppliers and costs and menu costs. Those were some of our accomplishments this year. As far as our goals moving forward for the 2021-2022 fiscal year, as part of the Canyon Lake POA software transition, both restaurants will switch to a new point of sale POS system and offer new online services such as online ordering. We plan to expand and promote our restaurant facility and banquet and private event options. We also are are working on relaunching poolside services at the lodge offered by the Lighthouse Restaurant. And moving on, we are looking at continued evaluation and review of the food and beverage suppliers, menu items, and costs. And we plan to expand customer base by utilizing social media, new online services, and print media. And those are a few of our goals for the coming fiscal year as well. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, our HR manager's not here. I think this is the last time you have to hear from Lynn for tonight. All right, so Human Resources is the department that ensures that all personnel policies adopted by the Canyon Lake Board of Directors are carried out at a reasonable and consistent manner and provide for the Canyon Lake's compliance with state and federal statutes involving personnel management. So some of the accomplishments that HR has been working on is we updated and distributed our employee handbook. We updated that this year, which was a big project. We were very happy to get that new update out. There was a lot of collaboration and implementation of the POA's COVID-19 prevention program, assisted in hiring and onboarding and training new staff throughout the year, and cross-training. We've had a lot of new things that we have to comply with normally in regards to HR, and then this entire COVID-19 program. So it's kept our Human Resources Department very busy this past year. Some of the goals are and accomplishments are coordinating and planning online recognition and activities. We actually hosted a virtual employee party this year. We are continuing the prevention program ongoing, continued training and onboarding of staff, and then just enhancing employee relations through training and meeting opportunities. Thank you.
Okay, Marine Patrol. Marine Patrol is responsible for enforcing the community's rules and regulations on the lake. They provide safety inspections, and they also assist distressed boaters. Some of the accomplishments from 2020 include, number one is in early 2020, we brought the Marine Patrol team in-house. Instead of being contracted out, this team is led by Don Mottler, who really focused on improving our relations between the community and the department. Don has lived in the community for a long time. He brings a lot of boating experience, and we really focused on educating members in terms of rules violations instead of immediately resorting to issuing a citation. This past year, we also had a new camera and radar system installed on the lake. This system allows Marine Patrol to monitor vessel speeds, track and take pictures of vessels in violation, and provides a complete GPS tracking system for our current Marine Patrol boats. It's a really nice system. It's been very helpful to our Marine Patrol team, and it's so touchy that we've even been able to pick up some birds on the lake sometimes. So it's very accurate. We enjoy it. Yeah. The last thing that we did in 2020 for our Marine Patrol is that we implemented body camera use for all of our Marine Patrol staff. And this was just we're talking about customer service, we're promoting customer service. We want to ensure that the interactions that we have with our members are customer service oriented. In terms of goals for 2021, we want to continue coverage of the North Ski area to enforce community rules, particularly during weekends and busy periods. And then our second goal is, and we actually started this last year, but we're going to continue to deploy random night shifts where we have a Marine Patrol officer stay beyond dark, and that was primarily to address concerns related to illegal fishing and loud noise by some boaters on the water after hours. So that's our Marine Patrol department. Next one is the Member Services Department. So Member Services is really what we call the face of our team here. We're very customer service oriented. Just a few quick facts. Last year, we issued close to 10,000 permanent parking decals to members' vehicles. We issued over 2,300 golf cart decals, excuse me, and over 1,900 boats were processed as well. Some of our accomplishments, our team had a really large transition last year. We lost several of our staff to promotion. So we had to hire and train almost a whole new department. That included a new department manager, and Amanda Moore. She's the gal that you met as you guys walked into the building here. We collaborated with our communications team to develop a website focused on guiding and welcoming new owners to the community. We saw that as an opportunity to provide some education on what association living is. And so that was something that we did. The last thing we really focused on is we implemented a condensed training program. We essentially had a 6-week training program that we evaluated, we looked at, we changed, and we got it down to 2 weeks. So now the goal is to have a staff member fully ready to assist the members at the counter within 2 weeks. Some of our goals for 2021 include, this has been mentioned, but the conversion to the new software is going to be a big change for us. So we'll be working on that with our accounting team and the rest of the group here. One thing that I'd like to see accomplished is to rewrite the rules and regulations and to simplify the 170+ page document. I feel that it's a little overwhelming when you get presented with this big book. So I'd like to restructure that and simplify that. There are some plans to take the old file system that we had, the storage system, and convert that into some office space. And that's going to be led by our operations department. And then another goal that we'd like to see accomplished is to see if we can become more green. So we're going to look at ways to eliminate the use of paper at the counter and see if we can become more digital. And all that to say is we have a really great team here in our member services department. I'm really excited about our partnership with G4S, like I mentioned, and that concludes my reports. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Steve Schneider. I'm the Director of Operations for the Canyon Lake POA. I oversee the Operations Department. The Operations Department manages the day-to-day functions and overall repair and maintenance of facilities, amenities, common areas, streets, and public works. We strive to keep aesthetics of the community appealing to residents and guests alike. It's not uncommon to see our operations staff out and about in their vehicles and throughout the community doing repairs. Some of our accomplishments is we hired and trained a new campground manager, Sean Gardner. We established documented procedures for training and cross-training of department associates. This helps in if somebody is out, happens to be out, we have other people in the department that can do that work. We also evaluated proposals for the golf course maintenance services, and we contracted a vendor. We implemented additional safety measures to improve employees' safety and practices. This was definitely important during the COVID-19 pandemic, which is ongoing. We also updated the equestrian boarding agreement. Our goals for 2021 is we're going to continue doing our cross-training of department associates, strive to install good teamwork, positive interactions, and strong communications with residents, their guests, and fellow employees and departments. Maintain fiscal responsibility for all commercial work contracted for the Canyon Lake POA and services provided. Continue promoting safety seminars and training for our employees to ensure we are providing safe working conditions that employees are working safely. Ongoing work, we continue to have a long range planning master plan. Management of lake operations, this mainly is buoys and the swim lines you see, docks. We maintain all our common docks and launch ramps. We've restocked, we do fish restocking yearly. We actually just restocked our first shipment, and we're waiting another shipment of fish restocking. These restocking locations were at Roadrunner and on the main lake, just on the other side of the North Ski area. Landscaping improvements in the common areas. We're always looking to improve our aging landscaping in certain areas. Eric briefly talked about the main gate medians. Also, always looking to improve anything with the beaches. That's a yearly ongoing thing of sand replenishment. And another thing that we are having to deal with yearly is our storm drains. Our storm drains are over 50 years old, and a lot of them are in need of rehabilitation. Eric, do you want to talk about any of the upgrades, or would you like me to continue?
You're on the next page. Why don't you do 2 of those and I'll do the next 2.
Okay, some of the things that we did last year is we upgraded our 20-year-old pool deck at the lodge here behind us. And we also added added onto the pool office and a storage unit to replace the unsightly plastic storage unit that was there. So now that building matches. If you walked up to it, I doubt you'd be able to tell it's been added onto. The contractor did an extremely good job. A couple other things that we did before I hand off to Eric, or is actually ongoing right now. We're installing a fish station. This is being a joint effort with the Bassmasters. They're a fishing club here. And also something that started a couple years ago on a request from a committee was the Holiday Harbor Snack Bar, which it used to be a good area for clubs and use of our members. However, the health department required some additional or actually remodel of the thing to become compliant with the county health department. Eric?
Oh, I meant the 2 pages and I'll do the next 2 pages.
Me. Sorry.
Sorry. There's 4 pages.
Okay, then I'll speed up here. So
what do you mean?
We also did, we helped our vendor install the lake radar camera system. We installed a new dock over at Lucky Cove. One of our most recent projects we just finished is a new campground at Happy Camp. And then also at that time, we redid the horseshoe area, added a couple corn hole games and some picnic areas with turf and picnic tables with turf and some parking there for people that come and use the playground. They have places to park. Also, we did some work over at the Norski area, added some picnic tables, a big deck, a shade structure, some stairs going down, and some riprap. Also, Eric mentioned earlier, ADA ramp over at Roadrunner Park to make the park in compliance for a new restroom we hope to have approved tonight. Moonstone Beach also got some upgrades with picnic areas and a new walkway and some stairs and railing down to the already existing dock and footing that was already there. Santana Court, which is one of our worst streets, got a new paving. And we've been adding security cameras throughout the community at our common area amenities. Another big project we finished up this year was the parking lot paving project, which was 15 parking lots, along with a portion of the Canic Drive North. It was a $3.6 million parking lot, project, and it came out of the road reserves funds, and I think the project turned out really, really great. So, and then Eric? Yep.
You actually did all 4 pages, so great
Sorry,
job.
I can't
Thank
count.
you. It's all good.
Well, good evening. My name is Cheryl Mitchell, and I'm the Senior Manager for the Planning Compliance Department. Our Planning Compliance Department's purpose is to help the homeowners along their journey of home maintenance and improvements. We review plans for all exterior work to ensure that the compliance with our community's CC&Rs and rules and regulations. The purpose of this review is to protect our community's aesthetics and to maintain the values of our homes. Planning compliance is responsible for protecting the community's unique aesthetics. Our department is broken down in 2 different functions. One is the enforcement of the rules and regulations and the CCNRs, and the second one is the permit application process. This will include repairs, maintenance, replacements, as well as all new improvements for homeowners. The staff and the ACC reviewed and permitted over 3,000 permits last year, and that's actually since May of 2020. We've completed quite a few projects. We were also met with a bunch of challenges for 2020 due to COVID, so we had to basically digitalize everything. So we reorganized the committee's agenda, we decreased the committee's workload reviewed by the committee, and we increased the over-the-counter application permits by almost 50%. We completed the digital process for the ACC committee. We also meet via Zoom, and we created an online application on the Canyon Lake website. We're updating and continue to update the rules and regulations, and we're creating also the PNC DHC process, was a disciplinary items for members. Our goals coming on for this year is going to be continue the online application process and to continue the rule review and the rewrite, and to also continue on with the CCNR rewrite.
Please join me in a round of applause for our terrific staff. I have a hunch that many of you had no idea what was going on behind the walls in our POA offices, but there it is, a nice summary of all that's going on. Okay, let's move on now to our consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that the members of the board would like to?
You skipped 2 things.
What did I forget? Oh, ballot measures. Excuse me. Ballot measures, sir.
Okay, and then we have another presentation after that. Okay, so unusual for the POA, we typically have some other measures besides voting for directors on our ballot. This year we have 8 ballot measures. The first one is voting for candidates. That's pretty straightforward. Seems like there's been a lot of confusion. So I was asked to just talk briefly in kind of plain terms about the other 7 measures. I know a lot of people have already voted. There's still time to vote. I think if you mail your ballot by Friday, we'll get it in time. So I just wanted to, if you haven't voted yet, I want to run through what these measures are, and you might realize that you would have changed your vote if you understood this something a little differently. Our ballot measure number 2 has typically been, since I've been here for almost 5 years, I think this has been on the ballot for 4 of those years. There's an IRS tax ruling 70-604, which allows an association to avoid tax consequences on any excess member income or a budget surplus when we file a federal form 1120. And we typically, since I've been here, we have had a budget surplus every year. And by having this measure on the ballot, it allows us to roll that surplus money into our next year's operating budget planning. And so that's actually a good thing. It's been there for several years. It's nothing new. That allows us flexibility in our taxes. The second item, measure 3, is board director term limits. I kind of want to simplify this and say that if you ask anyone who's been on the board of directors or any staff person whether it's better for the POA to have an election every single year or every other year, the answer hands down is every other year. Elections cost us $30,000 minimum. There's all the campaigning, there's all the politics, there's orientation for a new board. Every new board member comes on. We take every single board, regardless of new board members or a board member that's been on the board for 3 years already. Every single member of the 5-member board sits through a 30 or 40-hour orientation every year, and we explain to them all of these things that all those departments that we just went through, what they do. We introduce them to staff. We explain our processes and procedures. There's always a million questions, and we get a board, and we finally, about the second year with a board member, we hit our stride, and everybody learns to respect each other. The board member respects staff, staff respects the board. Everybody has a comfortable working relationship. And when we do elections every year, we get new people every year, and we basically start over every single year, and it's very time consuming. And so that's what that is. And I want to say that I'm supportive of this as a staff member. And every board member that I've worked with has been supportive of that. Item number 4 is general manager designation. I want to say I didn't ask for this to be put on the ballot. This is a very simple thing that's been totally misrepresented. I've seen people say that this is the general manager now being in charge of the board. It's absolutely not that. The board of directors runs the Canyon Lake POA. Our bylaws state that the board president will be the CEO of the association. Common sense will tell anyone that a CEO is a paid position and a chairman of the board is more typically a volunteer position. What happens is the board of directors here, and for many years, has delegated the day-to-day business operations to a paid employee, someone like myself, the general manager, any general manager here. And this just clarifies the wording in there. There's no change in authority, there's no change in responsibility, and there's no change in compensation. So this is a technical housekeeping, cleaning up some clunky wording to mirror the way we actually operate. Item number 5 is capital improvement spending. Excuse me. Very simply put, when years ago our spending authority in the bylaws allows the board to spend $800,000 in a 2-year period on one project, and this would take that to basically $1 million a year or $2 million over a 2-year period. This just adjusts for inflation. And the simplest way to put this is if ballot measure number 8, which is about Sierra Park North, doesn't pass, allowing us to spend $2 million on just that one project, by fixing this item number 5, if 8 didn't pass, this would allow us to still do Sierra Park North and allow us to do it in a 2-year period instead of taking 6 years to do Sierra Park North. So this one would also help Sierra Park North in case measure 8 doesn't pass. And basically, time is money. If we build that project in 2 years, we're going to save money because over 4 years longer period of time, everything is going to increase in cost, and the POA is going to end up saving money if we can do it in a shorter amount of time. It's very simple. Measure number 6, proposed ballot measure number 6 is purchase limitation, and that also cleans up some clunky old wording in our bylaws, increasing from $200,000 to $400,000 for renting, leasing, or purchasing because of inflation. And it may allow increased spending on individual projects within a 1-year period. That's also something that's been there for a long time, and this is kind of an adjustment for inflation. Measure number 7 is CIP funding. If approved, this raises the ability to borrow money from 5% of our annual budget to 15% of our annual budget, and would allow us to execute some long-planned projects like solar carports. We have a long list of capital improvement projects that we would like to do. Sierra Park North is one of those. A solar carport project where we would have shade and solar electricity produced at the country club and the lodge. That's been talked about for many years. And the problem is we can't go spend $4 million out of our capital improvement fund, or we use up that fund. And the solar project, we could enter into a lease agreement or some other financial lending agreement would allow us to do that project, which makes financial sense. And changing this 5% to 15% would allow us to pursue projects like that. None of these are set in stone, and approving these don't mean that we're going to go spend the money. It just means it allows the board to make responsible decisions, gives them more flexibility. We would like to do the solar project, but it's not a high priority, and it keeps getting pushed down the list because it's about a $2 million project. And then item number 8, and I think everybody's familiar with this. This is a ballot measure that basically would very simply would allow us to spend $2 million on Sierra Park North and build that project, which we should have bids for next Wednesday. even if the bids come in well over $2 million, we will value engineer that project and we will find a way to build it for $2 million. And if this measure passes, we will go to work and we will build this project. If it doesn't, we're still going to build it. Depending on what happens with Measure 5, we'll build it over 6 years or we'll build it over 2 years. And we'd like to do it all at once because it'll save the POA money. And that kind of sums up the ballot measures. So if you haven't voted, please go vote. Last I heard, we were at over 1,200 votes, which makes quorum for Saturday. Way things are going, it looks like we might even have a quorum on Thursday. So if you haven't voted, please vote. Thank you.
I think the next one's yours too, Eric.
The next one is mine too. So since we're talking about elections, we have a board member that's coming to the end of his 2 terms here. And we would like to thank Tom Nathan, and we have a little presentation for him.
I gotta say, it's an honor to be here for 4 years. I think we have really accomplished a lot in the last 4 years. The hardest working volunteer over here, John, I'll start with you because I don't know anybody that would even volunteer for your job in this community at this point in time. Unbelievable, and I think this community owes a debt of gratitude for all that you do. Cheryl working with John in planning compliance, same. I've always been very, very helpful through the process and helping me understand things that are going on with this community and member issues with respect to building that has made it, I think, over the years, a better process and getting us to a place where our members are probably happier with what we're doing with planning compliance. Corey at member services, same. I think you started in your position was right about when you moved into manager was right about the time I started 4 years ago. And same with Steve. Both of you guys are running departments better today than they were run years ago. And I think all the members are happy with what they get and seeing all the improvements, and the community is better. And all of that happens because of this guy, Eric, our general manager. I think, again, has gotten more done in the last 4 years than this community has seen in decades. And really, really appreciate you, all the staff, corporate staff, Lynn and Harmony work with you as directors. We're advisors. We help guide the path, but they're the ones that really get things done. So thank you all.
Thank you, Tom. And I just want to say from all the staff, we really appreciate you. You've always had our back. And it's not always easy to work at the POA. And Tom has always been a big defender of staff. And we appreciate that very much. It's been a pleasure. So thank you. And then Jeannie is not here tonight. Did you want to say something? Okay. Jeannie is not here tonight, but we have a similar award for her. The board said it really well in their board update this week. I suspect it'll be in the Friday flyer this week. Jeannie has been a very, very hardworking board member and treasurer, and has really, second to Chris, really has just dedicated a ton of hours and time and effort into being a board member. And we wish Jeannie well. And we have the same presentation for her, and I look forward to giving it to her in person. And I have one more. Our board president has served 2 years. Yeah. 1 year as president. 1 year as president, and is up for re-election. His name is on the ballot. And we have a little presentation for him as well for his first term service.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, I'd like to move on now to our consent agenda. Tried to do this once before. Are there any items to remove from the consent agenda? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda.
So move.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Okay, so now we can move on to our board action items. First thing up is the final approval of new fine appeal procedures. Cheryl, you're going to present this to us?
Thank you again. Staff is recommending a written appeal process for the fines levied on a member's account. Currently in our rules and regulations, we have an appeal process, but it's for rejected applications. There is no formally written appeal process for the fines. So currently PC 6.8 appeal process published in the rules are for the ACC committee rejections with no formal process. The new appeal process allows for 3 opportunities for members to appeal the fines that are levied on their accounts. As stated in the proposed rule of 6.10b, if planning compliance denies in whole or in part a member's appeal for fines levied on their account, the member shall have the right to appeal the decision to the ACC committee. And then again, if the decision of the ACC committee is not satisfactory to the member, then they may appeal to the board of directors by submitting a written appeal. There is no fiscal impact. This is for informational only. And if we can go to the actual rule, there's a brand new rule. It's PC 1.6, which actually explains the fine imposed violation. It says the Planning Compliance Discipline Hearing Committee, P&C DHC, will impose fines following the schedule of fines published herein after the discipline hearing for non-compliance of the rules and regulations. All fines levied can be appealed to the P&C DHC, the ACC, and eventually to the board as outlined in PC 6.10A through B. For the 28-day reading for renumbering, we're only renumbering the following there to coincide so it all goes into order. And then the next new rules will be PC 6.10, which is the appeal process for fines. An appeal must be in writing or placed on an appeal form, which is available for pickup at the Planning Compliance Department or located at the association's website. Members may email, mail, or drop off the written appeal to the Planning Compliance Department. The appeal must include the member's property information, the reason for the appeal, and to be signed by the member. PC 6.10A is the fine appeal procedure. Upon receipt of an appeal, the P&C DHC shall have a maximum of 10 business days to respond to an appeal. The time period shall begin upon the receipt of the written appeal, and P&C DHC appeal meetings are held as an as-needed basis. Then it's PC 6.10B for the P&C DHC denial. If it's denies in whole or in part a member's appeal for fines levied on their account, the member shall have the right to appeal the decision to the ACC committee. If the decision of the ACC committee is not satisfactory to the member, then the member may appeal to the board of directors by submitting a written appeal on the association approved forms. It is recommended that the board of directors approve the new rule of PC 1.6, PC 6.10, 6.10A, and 6.10B, the appeal process for fines, and the new PC numbering as attached.
Thank you, Cheryl. Do I have a motion to approve the new rules and renumbering?
So move.
Thank you, Joe. Second?
Second.
Any discussion amongst the directors? Any discussion from the community?
No.
Thank you, Harmony. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carried. Okay, now we'll move on to 7.2, revised policy related to signs. Certainly a well-known and long-discussed piece of rule change. Began on February 9th, and since then we've had a special meeting, 2 petitions a workshop to develop the final recommended language. Last month, we brought forward a 28-day read, which was amended with a provision for flags on flagpoles that we have before us. I would like a motion to finally approve this revised policy related to signs.
I'll make a motion that we approve to revise the rules GR 4.5 and GR 4.6 as attached.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion amongst the directors? Any comments from the community?
No.
Okay, thank you. In that case, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carried. We want to move on to item 7.3, approval of the Canyon Lake sanctioning request for the Canyon Lake Veterans and First Responders Group. Carrie, is Carrie going to join us or Lynn?
No, Carrie's not here today. So the background on this is the Canyon Lake POA received a request from the Canyon Lake Veterans and First Responders Group seeking approval as a CLPOA sanctioned club. As required per the policy, the club has submitted the attached documents, the following documents. Just for the members, it's a list of club officers. There's some signed forms that we asked the group to submit, a copy of the club's bylaws with their membership approving those bylaws, and then the bylaws have to include certain criteria. All of these requirements are per our sanctioned club policy. Then we also request a roster for membership so we can verify that they have 60% Canyon Lake residents or greater. The fiscal impact shall include the costs associated with use of the facilities and common areas, any liability costs incurred by the association for the use of facilities, and administrative costs for overseeing and managing. The total cost is to be determined. It is recommended that the Board of Directors approve or reject the Canyon Lake Veterans and First Responders Group as a sanctioned club effective May 4th, 2021.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the sanctioning request for the Canyon Lake Veterans and First Responders?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any comments from the community?
No.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Look forward to this new group joining our community. I know you're going to make a significant impact. I'm looking over here at Tim because he's the vice president. Glad to see this come together for a whole wide variety of reasons. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to 7.4, approval of funding for vehicle replacement of Planning and Compliance Department. No, these are not Cheryl's new cars. These are for Planning and Compliance. No.
Two of the Planning and Compliance Department vehicles are in need of replacement. They're 2008 Ford Escape hybrids. They're constantly having issues and have become unreliable. At times, the vehicles won't start or they shut down while driving. The electric drive batteries are needing replacement at a high cost of $10,000 per vehicle. If the vehicle sits for 3 days or more, the electric drive batteries go dead. The vehicle then needs to be charged and reset. This is a very lengthy and time-consuming job for staff. Also, the interior is worn out and uncomfortable to drive. Staff requests the Board of Directors to approve the funding of the amount of $52,402 plus a 2.5 contingency from the Repair and Replacement Funds 02670.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Can I have a motion to approve funding for the vehicle replacement of Planning and Compliance Department vehicles?
I'll move that the Board of Directors approve funding for the amount of $52,402 plus 2.5% contingency from the Repair and Replacement Fund 02670.
Thank you, Joe. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? Directors?
No.
Okay, all those in favor of approving funding for the vehicle replacement, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Move on to item 7.5, approval of funding for the large dog park phase 2. Steve?
So in 2020, the POA updated the small dog park and the Eastport Park. Since then, the park's become very popular and enjoyed by many of our small four-legged friends. We like to update the large dog park for our larger four-legged friends. Dog parks in other cities have turned to artificial grass because of maintenance and long-term costs. Large DG, could you put up, do we have the rendering? Oh, we don't. Oh, we do. Great. A large DG fetch area in the center would be incorporated along with the DG walking path lined by concrete mow curbs, very similar to the small dog park except for a larger fetch area. 10 new trees would be planted ranging from 36 to 40-inch boxes, 2 large new shade structures, dog agility equipment, and other features. We received 7 bids ranging from approximately 88,000 or 88, excuse me, I was saying 89,000 to almost $300,000. We're proposing moving forward with the lowest bid, which is the same contractor that built the small dog park with a lot of the same features. The base bid included the mow curbs, the DG pathway, installation of the shade structures, the new trees, installation of the trees, commercial grade, artificial turf, irrigation, modification of the drainage system, and the water fountain that is currently there is to remain. That base bid was $88,482.85. More funding would be needed for 2 new shade structures, permits, dog agility equipment, 3 fire hydrants. These are fake dog fire hydrants, and 6 new benches. Fiscal impact would be $117,466.39 plus a contingency from both 02670 and 05670. Staff requests the Board of Directors to approve the funding amount of $706.39 from the Repair and Replacement Fund 02670 and $16,760 from the Capital Improvement Fund, from 05670, plus a 5% contingency to update the large dog park.
Okay. Can I have a motion to approve funding for the large dog park phase 2?
Motion to approve as written.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion from the directors?
Yes, Chris.
Please.
I'd like to just say how glad I am to see this project's going to move forward. I think it's much deserved in the community. I think the community went about it the right way. Staff and previous boards put in a dog park upon needs or requests from the members, and there was certainly determined that there was a need for it and it would be used. And then they found out that they needed 2 dog parks, basically one for small, one for larger dogs. So it was a process that they went through, and we came to this point where some people might say, why are we spending over $100,000 for a dog park? But I got to tell you that when I go out of Canyon Lake and I drive through Audie Murphy and I see the amenities that they have and the quality of their community, it makes me really understand how old Canyon Lake is and how long it's been since we've done anything significant with a lot of our facilities. And so this, I believe personally, is well overdue, and I'm glad to see it happen. And the other thing is, I just want everybody to know, it breaks down to a one-time $25 cost per property. So if I can pay $25 and get a beautiful dog park, even though I don't have a dog, I'm all over it. So thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any other comments from the directors or discussion? Comments from the community?
Yes, sir. We have Danny M. If you could unmute.
My question with regards to the dog park was that I heard a lot of people mentioning about the heat and the problem with artificial turf. It also has a replacement limitation on it, the use of it. and they're getting extremely hot. The other part is how many people use agility in the dog parks I've been to. They're rarely used. They're costly, that they sit there. How many people really requested that? Those are just two items that I thought really needed to be reviewed and access some public opinion on that. Everyone agrees with the trees, the shade, the benches. But if you guys could look into those two areas that the public has shown concern about, I'd appreciate it.
I'll comment a little bit on the heat. There are cooling agents that are incorporated into when we install the turf, and they have to be done yearly. They tend to shed a lot of heat on just regular turf. I've been to the small dog park over the summer. Usually when it's hot, there's anybody out anyway. But heat was a factor on the artificial turf. We also use the small dog park as a little bit of a test, and did a little bit of research on the users of the small dog park, and came to the same conclusion that when it's hot out, there aren't many people using the dog park. So the cooling agents, I think, really help.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Any other comments?
Yes, President Poland, I believe Renee Griffiths.
Okay, Renee?
Hello, Rennie Griffiths. Oh, Lord. 3778154. With regards to the agility, I do agree that from the dog parks that I've gone to that have the agility, mainly children play on it and dogs don't. So that could be something that I think the canine club or dog people in general would be a great opportunity to do a fundraiser to raise money for that, if that's something that they want to have in it, similar to how the Bassmasters raise money for theirs. And we just hear a lot of great things of clubs raising money to enhance the facilities they use. So that might be a good opportunity, and then we don't have to spend that money. And then also to the comment with regards to the heat, that was a concern. I did go out when it was real hot into the small dog park and took off my flip-flops, and it was not even warm like a bath water. So technology, as you guys had mentioned before, has greatly improved. So thanks for pointing that out.
Thank you, Renee.
Thank you. Other comments?
No, sir.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye for approving funding for the large dog park.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, Steve, funding for the Roadrunner restroom construction. Never thought you'd get to this day.
This is a project that was handed to me my first month I was here, and it was get this built. And this has been through all the agencies, and there's been roadblock after roadblock after roadblock. Eric mentioned earlier that this project started 15 years ago, probably in some committee or some request. I was handed drawings from 2008 when I first started here. Of course, very outdated drawings that needed to be redone. So anyway, let me get to it. The Can Lake has had a project in the works to place a permanent restroom building at Roadrunner Park. In May of 2020, the board of directors approved an ADA ramp down to the park to meet the accessibility requirements of the park, which was finished early November. In October of 2020, the board of directors approved the original restroom drawings to be updated and brought to current building codes and submitted for permit. The building will consist of 2 single-user rooms with split-face block, tile roof, a lift station because it's below grade and you have to pump the stuff up to the main sewer line in the street. A drinking fountain with bottle fill station and retaining walls. Received 4 bids ranging from $173,942.22 to $349,567.81. Sorry, I messed that one up. But anyway, quite a big range. Fiscal impact after everything is $184,000 with contingency from 05670. Staff requests the board of directors approve the funding in an amount not to exceed of $184,000 from the CIP fund 05670 to build the Roadrunner restroom project.
Thank you, Steve. Can I have a motion to approve funding for the Roadrunner restroom construction?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any comments from the community?
No.
In that case, I'll call for the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay. We are getting things done. Let's move on to the contract with GMU. This is a whole different scale, folks, when we start talking about our roads. But Eric, you want to take us through this discussion, please?
So recently, a little history. Recently, we received a pavement management plan from GMU Pavement Engineering. It's a geotechnical company, engineering company that specializes in pavement, indicating that a good portion of our roads are in poor condition. No surprise, we've known this for years, and that's one of the reasons they were retained. This report identifies each street in Canyon Lake, 36 plus miles worth, and its current condition. This was phase one of our project to begin making major repairs to our roads. Phase two and phase three of this project are described in the attached proposal, and it's available in the agendas. The CLPOA has always owned and maintained its private roads since 1968. This is basically a function of being a private and gated community and how the original developers structured the community. The ongoing litigation over our pavement project, which was done and done poorly in 2012 with inferior materials, that litigation and ongoing litigation has delayed our starting on these repairs. However, we are now able to proceed on working on these repairs. And this is a very high priority for recent and current boards and management. Our roads are literally our largest asset. GMU, the geotechnical company, proposes to prepare plans and specifications and to assist the CLPOA in going out to bid on the first of multiple years worth of road repairs. Year one of these repairs on the roads which are in the worst condition is estimated at around $5 or $6 million worth of work, encompassing some 2.4 million square feet of asphalt and over 6 centerline miles of roads. Their services include preparing all the bid documents, plans, specs, laboratory testing, on-site testing, bid schedule, bid solicitation, and subsurface exploration, etc. GMU's proposal is for $197,748 to perform these services. By comparison, the CLPOA paid Wildan Engineering, which is a general engineering firm that does not specialize in asphalt. They do every type of engineering. We paid Wildan about approximately $150,000 to perform very similar services on the parking lot pavement project, which was a $3.5 million project. So just to put that in perspective, this is $198,000 proposal for approximately $5 or $6 million worth of work. We currently have nearly $10 million in our road litigation and road repair funds. We have a road repair fund that has close to $5 million, and we have has I think 4 something in it. And then we have a litigation road repair fund, which we got from a previous settlement in this case that has 5.5 million. So we have nearly $10 million ready to spend. And this is talking about putting plans and specs and an RFP together for the first $5 or $6 million worth of work. We have this money. In addition, we contribute to the road repair fund each year. These services will guide the CLPOA through responsibly spending those funds on the worst condition streets first. The recommendation is that GMU was retained to perform phase one, which is the pavement condition index. That is now complete. I received a final copy of that today and has assisted in the ongoing, they have also assisted in the ongoing litigation regarding the failed 2012 paving project. Because they have assisted in the litigation throughout the course of this litigation, they are well-versed in the project and well-suited as a pavement engineering specialist firm to perform these services. Staff recommends that the board approve $197,748 plus a 10% contingency to hire GMU for these services. And the money to pay them for these services will come from the road litigation fund, which currently has $5.5 million in it.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Do I have a motion to approve a contract with GMU as described?
President Poland, would we like to add contingent upon legal counsel review to your motion? Legal counsel review contingent upon?
Yes, I'll make the motion subject to legal approval of the contract.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
There's a lot of boilerplate language in there that we need to have our lawyers reviewed to protect us so that we can do this to our best advantage. Okay, any discussion? The directors, do we have any comments from the community?
No.
I just want to say that we've got $10 million in the bank right in our road reserve fund, round numbers right now. And this is a great step forward. We've been waiting for a couple of years to be able to do this, to get this underway. And we expect to have the construction start quite soon. So it's a big number, but at the same time, it's a big project. And it's one that I'm very pleased with the company that we are contracting with this time and have high expectations for really excellent results. I'd like to call for the question. All those in favor of approving the contract?
One question
Okay,
first
go
before we
ahead.
move forward. Just a point of clarity. Do we have a separate road litigation fund or is this really road reserve fund?
It's the road reserve fund.
We have both. We have a road litigation fund with one bucket of money, which with the 5.5 million settlement funds, that's the bucket we will be using for this. And then we have another fund called the road reserve fund.
I'd just like to say, if somebody looks into our budget, I know what you said is right, but if you look into the budget book, it lists 3 reserve funds, and the funds are in the road reserve fund, even though it's split into 2 pieces as you've described.
That was sort of my point. My understanding is we have CIP, repair and replacement, and road reserves. And this one just says road litigation, which to me would be not the correct naming. And I don't know if it matters that much. We're looking for it to come from the road fund. And if the road fund has been split into 2, a reserve and a litigation, then that's great. If they're really all bucketed into one, then just the road reserve fund.
If you make the motion to spend the money from the road reserve fund, that's fine.
Okay.
Could I just for clarification, to keep it real clean, would you accept that change to the motion? That this is from the road reserve fund? Thank
That's
you.
fine, yes.
Is that okay with the second? Okay. All right. I'd like to call for the question, approval of the contract with GMU for geotechnical to develop plans and specs for the first year of the major road repairs, excuse me. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried.
May I clarify who seconded the motion? Was it Director Kamasian or Director Nathan
I can't understand what she said.
for the minutes? Who seconded?
I think Jim okayed with the road reserve fund as your motion and Joe's okay with the second.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we're ready to move on to item 7.8. It's been mentioned a couple of times tonight that we had a new financial formalization of a financial planning process that we went through. And the end of that process was to step back and look at the lessons learned from it. Director Odell was the one who championed this worked closely with Joe Washley of the Finance Committee and with Susan, our controller. There's a letter in here to us from Jeannie that I'd like to read, and also included recommendations for the budget timeline and process, budget model, and a fiscal year reserve study for next year, because we would like to suggest that the board next year follow these same 3 documents. I will say, Harmony, for some reason, the budget model was not included in the board package. If you could see to it that it gets added to the board package so that it's in the record, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. All right, so I'll read, these documents incorporated the lessons learned from the 21-22 fiscal year financial planning tasks completed by the Finance Committee, Reserve Study Subcommittee, and staff. The documents are recommendations for the 21-22 Board of Directors and staff when planning for the next fiscal year budget. It is the intent of these documents that they become part of the standard operating procedures for financial planning for future fiscal year budgets. In summary, the changes are as follows. For the budget timeline and process, it's recommended that the discussions regarding the fee schedule begin in August rather than September. It was determined that the recommended modification to the fees for the following fiscal year were not available within the time frame needed to incorporate into the draft budgets provided to each department manager. Some department managers were not aware of the recommended increase or decrease, deletions or additions to the fee structure schedule, And I'd like to say that this is not their fault. I mean, we worked hard to get this document finalized and get approved in time this last summer. And that, as I understand it, they're very, very happy to get this information and have it in a timely manner. But this is our suggestion for going forward. It is recommended that the staff take the lead in reviewing and recommending modifications to the fee schedule. The budget model requires that the fees charged over the direct costs of providing the service. Staff possess the required knowledge for this task, not the Finance Committee. Related to the budget model, it's recommended that the goals, tasks, activities noted in the budget model match those identified by the board at the beginning of the term. It is further recommended that the staff develop specific goals, tasks, activities which support the board goals for specific incorporation by the department managers when preparing their budget recommendations. And tonight we heard a very good summary of the goals that have been set by staff already. And so as the board meets in their orientation session in a couple of weeks, they can take their own goals that are being recommended by this board and goals that are already recommended by the staff to come down with a set of goals and incorporate them as recommended in the budget model. This really makes sure that we spend our money exactly where we all think it needs to be spent. And we have agreement on that. Clarification regarding the requirement that annual dues increase for the operating budget should not exceed the annual increase in the published consumer price index for Southwest Riverside County was added. This might not be achievable if the mandated increase exceeds the published CPI. The clarification allows for an increase above the CPI if justified. Language was added regarding the use of reserves funds, allowing for alignment with the 5-year plan and clarifying the philosophy to be used with expending these funds. Clarifications regarding information to be included in the annual budget report was added. It related to the reserve study annual review, clarification was added to define desired funding philosophy. And Jeannie says, thank you to all who assisted in accomplishing the identified board goal to refine the process for developing the annual budget and dues assessment that supports efficient department operations, justifies contributions to the reserve accounts, and supports the 5-year budget plan. And what I'd like the board to do is I would like to entertain a motion to accept these recommendations and pass them along to next year's board for their consideration. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Discussion from the community?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, now we're ready for item 8, member comments on non-personnel issues. Harmony, do we have any comments?
Yes, our first is Joe Washley.
Thank you. I've been sitting so long, it's hard to get up. What I want to talk about is something a little unusual, but it's important because we have a work committee, the Tuesday work group, that has contributed hundreds and thousands of dollars over the last 50 years. And I'm on a recruitment thing here. Tuesday work group started 50 years ago with the beginning of the golf course. And it's a group of men, mostly golfers, uh, that add work that the maintenance, the contract maintenance people don't do. This allows us to keep the contract down, another way of saving money. We do allow and encourage any men or women to join us. And we've had a few women occasionally join us for periods of time. We work in concert with operations department and the contract maintenance company. Some of these projects, in fact, a lot of them, are worked on with all three of us at the same time doing certain parts of it. Some of the work we've done in the last few years is we go out and sand all the divots in the fairways every week. We trim tree branches that can be reached without climbing ladders. And we trim bushes. We demo and replace areas of damaged cart paths. And by the way, the Tuesday work group installed all the cart paths here in Canyon Lake. We have a welding crew that takes care of things like metal railings, etc. We replace the bot dots on the cart paths, which indicates the yardage of 7,500, 150, and 200 yard markers. We split trees that fall down on the golf course and in a number of common areas are delivered to our maintenance yard, and we split these up and into firewood. We deliver and stack some of it for widows of widows of deceased TWG men, and we donate some of it for the beautification tournament, which usually brings a couple $100 for a quart of it for during the beautification tournament. In the last few years, we've helped increase the size of the practice putting green by 50%, built the cover for the driving range, ball machine, help with the concrete pad in the back of the range. Excuse me. And like I said, we built every cart path here, but that's been a while. We have a painting crew, and we put up a lot of split rail fence, etc. I could go on, but again, by the work we've put in, we're saving a lot of money for the POA. The main reason why I'm talking tonight is that we are losing a lot of members due to age, and we're not being able to replace them with younger members. And I'm going to say younger, I'm talking people in their 60s and 70s. If we don't get more people here, eventually the TWG is going to die out, and that's going to be expensive for all the members of the community. What we do is we meet between 7:30 and 8 o'clock in our building in the maintenance yard, which is behind the number 10 green. We have free coffee and donuts. We begin work at 8, and we work usually 3 to 4 hours. We don't work in July, August, and September due to the extreme heat here. One of the things we do for the members, we have a barbecue 3 times a year after we finish our work on one of the days. We have a mini golf tournament on Thursdays once a month. And we're just talking 2 or 3 foursomes, but then the POA serves us lunch at the country club on a Thursday. That's when it happens. And if you don't play golf, you could still come down for lunch. Once a year, usually in late June, the POA treats us and a guest to a dinner at the lodge. There, everyone gets a free hat, and some other pins are passed out for years of service, like 5, 10, 15 years, etc. One of the great advantages of meeting with is a meeting with many new friends. If you're new to the community, it's a great way to meet more people. You can work with different groups, different weeks, until you decide which group you want to work with most of the time, and you can stay with them forever. It's a great way to be a volunteer in our community. You come down on Tuesday, like I said, we'll give you a pair of work gloves, your donuts, coffee, and suddenly you're a member of the TWG. And I want to comment that I've talked to a number of superintendents and people like Brightview's bosses, you know, Mark's bosses and people, Ted Horton, who's been all over this country. And every one of them says there is not a golf course in the United States that has a work group like the Tuesday work group. It just doesn't exist. So all I want to say is, please think about joining us and coming down and help, because we do want to keep this going for another 50 years. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Joe. I'll just say that I started out at the TWG. I went on to the Mids Golf Club board, and here I am. So it's a quick road to success, or whatever you'd like to call it. Other member comments?
Chris,
Yes,
Chris, I
Laura
have to say.
Bolima.
Is this? Laura? Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Are you here for an appeal? We're not at that point on the agenda. We're into the open member comment. This is for member comments. You're going to come on the agenda in a few minutes.
So sorry, it says here regarding golf balls. So is this part of your appeal later on, or a separate member comment? Is this regarding your appeal? Okay, we'll call on you in a moment. Sorry about that. We do have Dale Welty online.
You can leave those there if you want.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, sounds good. I just want to say, you know, I haven't been on the board for a year, and I haven't really been that connected to the staff because of COVID, but you know, I'm sitting here listening to what you guys are doing and saying, I just have to say how impressed I am. As each staff came up, I know them, I see how hard they work, I see their professionalism. And, you know, when you're on a board and you leave it, you always wonder, you know, what's going to happen to it after you're gone. And I just have to say the staff and the board has really exceeded my expectations. I'm just totally pleased, just to let you know. And I know that we're spending a lot of money on projects, but there's a reality to this, that this project money has been going into a bucket for years. And as Eric said, it takes like 3 years to get a project really going that's substantial in size. So this money's been sitting there aiming towards this projects for years. It isn't like it all hits your dues this year. I think the contribution CIP is about $15 a month at this time. It may be just a little bit more, but it's in that range. So it's a small amount of money for each of the members, and what the staff's doing with it to give us shade, to do these the return on investment projects like the golf course lake, like hopefully the patio when the lodge goes in, like the docks we have. These all give us a return on investment. The sprinkler system we're going to put in, again, these are going to save us money in the long run. And again, I just want to say thank you to the staff especially, and also to the board. And Tom, thank you for your service.
Thank you, Dale. Anyone else? Tommy?
One moment.
Okay.
No other comments.
Joe, did you have a comment? Okay, we can move on then to the association reports. Eric?
Okay. Again, I want to thank Chris Poland, our board president. He's been an incredibly hardworking president, and Jeannie and Tom. Thank you for your service this last couple of years. I want people to remember that the people that work on the POA board, they do this for free. And to be a board member here is an incredible commitment, and to be president of the board is 2 or 3 times that. So thank you, Chris. We had some great presentations tonight by staff and our crack communication staff. We will put both of those presentations on our website and social media. So Tiffany, if you're still listening, save me an email, and let's do that tomorrow, please. I also want to thank Lynn, Harmony, and James and operations. I think Daryl Ballou may have helped as well. This is our first shot at a hybrid board meeting, and it's from all reports, people can hear well. It appears that our streaming is working, and basically everything is working as planned, which is a little bit shocking. So we've managed to pull off our first hybrid board meeting. I suspect we'll be doing this for a while. Since we've talked a lot about all the departments, just really quickly, I'll talk about activities. They're working on a park hopper alternative to Fiesta Day happening on Memorial Day weekend. We're still working out some details and permits, so please just stay tuned for that. As soon as we have everything finalized, we will publish something. Real quickly, the pool has been open for a couple months. Last month we had 3,300 people. It's really hot today, so I expect we'll probably do close to double that this month. Communications, you get a real good taste of what our communications department does when you look at those 2 presentations that we did earlier today on the ballot measures and our year in review. As usual, there's a fantastic report in our published agenda. And as always, I urge you to look at all the different departments and see what all of our hardworking employees are doing. Operations, we touched on a lot of the things they're doing already. Just real briefly, we have a job walk tomorrow with contractors at Sierra Park North. The contractors that are bidding, give them one last chance to walk around the job site and ask questions, and we'll look forward to their bids on Wednesday. We're actively working on the golf course irrigation system. Looks like we're going to be starting the large dog park very soon. Thank you, board, for approving that. We're replacing the playground equipment at Diamond Point Park. I understand that's on order and coming soon. Very excited to say that the board just approved the restroom at Roadrunner Park. And so can't believe we're saying this, but we're actually going to be starting that project very soon. And that's a huge milestone for us. It's been talked about for 15 years at least. And a couple other little things operations doing. All of this is in their operations report, so I urge you to read it. The Sunset Beach Playground is deteriorating. The rubber surface is deteriorating, and so that will be replaced very soon. And if you haven't visited the new campground at the new playground at Happy Camp, it turned out fantastic. We had a ribbon cutting last month, and it's a great addition to Happy Camp just in time for peak season. And as usual, all our departments are working really, really hard, and each of them detail what they're doing in their respective departmental reports. I urge you to read that. And again, thank you to the departing board members, and please vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. We're going to move on now to board comments. Now, Jeannie's not here to go first, so one of you guys are going to have to step up. Who's it going to be?
I'll do it. How's that?
Go ahead.
I'm usually the quiet guy, but it's kind of interesting. This is 3 years I've sat in a board meeting like this. First time in a year here. And for Joe, this is his first time here also, so congratulations, Joe. Tom, I didn't know you a long time ago, but I spent 3 years with you on the board. I've appreciated every minute of it, your insight to the community, and being able to articulate everything. And I think you served this community very well. And I want to thank you personally for what you've given to the community. Jeannie, unfortunately, is not here, but in her 2 years that she's here, she has made a lot of changes in some of the things we adopted into the financials and the budgeting process. And again, it's unfortunate she's not going to run this time, but perhaps next year. Chris, I don't know really how to thank you enough for what you've personally done this year. And I don't think many people really realize what a board president does. And I don't usually speak too much, but I'm going to in Chris's behalf. I've watched him the first year as he learned how this thing works. In this last year, he's put more time into this organization than probably any other board president in the history of this organization. It's nice having a structural engineer sitting next to you and a man that has a photographic memory. Chris, thank you, and good luck in this election. Our staff here in Canyon Lake is one of the finest that you're ever going to see. And I've gotten to know so many of the people that you don't see over the last several years. But personally, if you watch what's happened, I'd say in the last 5 years, this group, these boards have made more changes in this community than any, probably in the last 50 years. I know we've had some complaints about spending money, but you know what? This is an investment into our community. It's a lot better today than it was 5 years ago. And these are the people that make it happen on my right-hand side. Eric, thank you. Your staff, I can't say enough for them, but I think it starts at the very top and works all its way down. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
That was well said, Jim. And I feel the same about all of that. And I'd like to put some of this in my words. First of all, you know, we have to remember it's a sad day. We lost one of our icons in our community, Jordan Ehrenkrantz. And I'd like to personally give our condolences to Jenny and the family. It's a terrible loss for them. It's also a major loss for our community. And very sorry to see him go. I'm new on the board. It's my first year. This is my first real live meeting. They talked about the learning curve that it takes for a board member. And I've been in the community 30 years. I've served on committees for over 15 years. I've been part of the community and active in the community. So I felt that I knew a lot of how the board operates. I attended a lot of board meetings. But I can tell you that once I got on the board and I saw what happens in executive session, what happens at board meetings, and what's behind the works with the staff and the operations and all the crews that support our community, it's absolutely incredible. It's incredible how well the machine runs. And of course, there's only one person that can take credit for that, and that's Eric. He does a great job with his people and operating our community. We have, I think, over 130 employees, which is pretty incredible. So I think that the community should recognize what we have here and value that and not complain about it. I think there's certainly places we can do better, but by and far, it's working very well, and we have them to thank for it. We're losing we're losing two of our board members. Jeannie has chosen not to run for health reasons, and I wish her well. And I want to thank her personally for mentoring me in my first year and for all her help and guidance and friendship. I wish she was here, but I also wish her well in her recovery. So Jeannie, maybe next year you'll be back on the board. Tom, it's been great. We've worked together in the past, but never on co-board members, and I really enjoyed it. I appreciate your thoughts and opinions and your whole thought process and our spirited conversations. We've had some good ones. We've also had some long phone conversations, which I think most people can relate to. But Tom, I wish you well and thank you for your service on the board. Chris, your first term is up, and I want to welcome you back for your second term. But unfortunately, it's not up to me. It's up to the community, and hopefully they will get out and vote, and Chris will be back on the board next year. He's done a wonderful job leading this board, and I look forward to his second term here. And with that, I want to encourage everybody to get out and vote. Eric did a great job outlining the voting process. And if you have any questions on voting, you can contact HOA Elections. I don't know if it's appropriate to contact the POA office if they have any questions or not, but I'm sure there's people around you that can help you if you have any questions. I'm in the book as well. Feel free to call me. I have 3 committees that I work with, and I'll give a brief overview of those as I do every month. The Green Committee continues to work with their maintenance superintendent on all the regular golf course maintenance items. Recently, the golf course greens were all punched and aerated, and typically they do that twice a year in April and October. It just puts the greens in a little bit funky condition for about 2 or 3 weeks until the sand settles in, and then they're back to, pretty darn good, almost perfect conditions. We've been very fortunate in our golf course over the years to have outstanding maintenance service and a high quality golf course. Irrigation project is moving well and on schedule for completion, I believe around the end of July. And that will be nice to see when that's all done, and we get the benefits of all the water savings that we're going to get from that. There are maintenance companies also working on the drought tolerant areas in the golf course that have been cut back and thinned. And the thinning will come once they determine what plants to survive. They've actually, I think since February or March, they turned the water off on the drought tolerant just to see what plants are strong enough to survive, and that'll give them an indication as to what plants need to be replaced or removed. Green Committee meets on the second Thursday of the month at 1 o'clock in the Magnolia Room. It's an open meeting and everyone is welcome. Joe Washley did a great job talking about the Tuesday work group. I even learned something that all the cart paths were done by the Tuesday work group. You're talking about 18 holes. Typically, I think a golf course has about 5 miles of fairways, so I'll assume that there's about 5 miles of cart path. That's an awful lot of concrete that those guys have done over the years, and pretty incredible. So I encourage you, if you have any interest in working with your hands or getting outside and working on the golf course, to go out and meet with those guys and bring a pair of gloves, or they'll even give you gloves, and show up and have a cup of coffee and they'll put you to work. Appeals met last Friday, meets the last Friday of the month at 5 o'clock. And generally we meet for 3 to 4 hours. So it's a fairly lengthy meeting, but it's worth it. We're currently meeting in person with the committee, and members are coming in via Zoom or phone. And we hope to get back to in-person meetings soon. With that, I'll end my comments and wish you all a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Tom?
Thank you, Chris. Just want to touch a little bit more back on what Joe was talking about too, with Tuesday work group. And I've talked a little bit about this with the rec committee and people that have been in the community for a really long time know that some of our legacy groups, clubs, the golfers, skiers from the North Ski area, baseball families, reach out and help the community by taking care of the facilities. And it's not that they're going to make a huge dent in saving expenses, but anything and everything helps. So like I said, Tuesday work group is a bunch of old guys. I mean, I'm in my 60s and I'd probably drag the average way down if I joined the group. So, you're talking about 70, 80-year-old men that are out there doing this work, and they do it every week. And it's just a little bit of help that helps our costs stay down for maintaining the golf course. Same with baseball. There's Land Logic is our landscape company for the common areas, but baseball families get out there and they drag the fields and plant grass and put chalk lines down and help to make it so that the community saves a little bit of money in putting out a really nice amenity. And it's great to have care in the community. We talked about the dog park today and building this park, and one of the items on the lines was park benches. And some clubs and groups and organizations in the community can help defray costs of this association by having a dedicated bench. I think there was 6 benches at the dog park. So if somebody wanted to have a dedicated bench at a park, and you could have your name on it, or just like outside here, we have travel club, I think, and car club benches. Those are small ways that they can give back to the community and also do good things to help keep our dues down, even if it's small amounts. Everything adds up, and in the end of the year, if we can get a lot of clubs doing a lot of work and member organizations, social groups, whatever, to donate their time and effort to the community, we all end up being better because people make our community better. I'd say part of the rec committee, we met last month. They said they're going to be dark this month, so we won't have a meeting next week, but continue to look for new and better ways of making our facilities even better than they are today. We talked about earlier how we've been advancing this community like none other in the past 4 years. And yet, as much as we're doing, there's always things that will continue to be needing to be maintained or improved or made new. Things like the park with the bicycle pump track. Probably not something I'll ever use, but as a community member, I support having that there because it's something that helps us to improve the community. And like many of our amenities, most of our members probably don't use them, but all the amenities make our community a better place. So I hope that a lot more people will join in that idea that we're really here for whatever it is that we personally enjoy, but as a community, all of the things that add to this place really make it special and make it what Canyon Lake is I guess admired for and has brought as many people as yourself here over the years. Once again, I appreciate all my time here. In 4 years, I've learned a lot. I've met a lot of the members and made some friendships, and I hope to continue seeing a lot of you around the community, and I'm sure I'll still continue seeing the staff and working with them. Really appreciate everybody that has helped me learn as I came into this director spot. I thought I knew things because I had been on committees before, but I learned so much more once being in this position that you don't truly understand until you kind of get into this role. And like I said earlier too, we're really advisors. A lot of the work is done by other people. It gets put in front of us and we just help guide the ship. But these are the guys that are making the bus go forward and getting things done. So once again, I thank everybody for all your support over the years, and you're next.
I think we all remember that last year was a bit of an upset when the board was elected. And you came in as the one survivor. And there was some concern the first few days about what is going to happen. What happened is that this group of people on this board came together. Tom came together with us. We quickly formed a collaborative team around the things that we believed were important, figured out how to work together, did not necessarily talk in extremely positive terms all the time, but we did talk and we came to middle ground. And one of the things I'm the most proud of is that we were almost unanimously 5-0 votes. There were only a couple times we were 5-1. And I think that's a good mark of a group of men and women who have come together to really serve their community, that really love it and appreciate it. And so, Tom, I appreciate you folding in there with us. We learned from you, we adapted to you, you adapted to us, if I can just say it that way. But it's the way great teams work, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that so much. I wish Jeannie were here. Jeannie was an incredible resource of new ideas in the areas that she led, and you've heard about that many times tonight. But she worked extraordinarily hard, and I know she looks forward to continuing her service here if that goes well for her. Joe and Jim are great. They picked up their responsibilities. They joined in the conversation, and they made a difference. And I like that very much. And we really appreciate working with the staff. I think we developed because I can't say, because this is only my second year. I don't know if this is the greatest staff collaboration ever, or if it's just like, okay, it's just like every year before, but it doesn't matter. It was good. And I appreciate that. John and Cheryl, I was your liaison to ACC, whether you liked it or not. We came together. We had our good conversations, and I think we made some really important steps. You made some really important steps as I watched. I particularly like the way that we were able to bring the board and the ACC, which is such an important, unique, and independent committee, but to bring the board and that committee closer together so we could work together in meeting our members' needs while meeting our responsibilities to our CC&Rs. And for that, I'm very grateful. And the last thing I'd like to say, it was a very good investment of my time. People talk about how much I spent. I spent a lot of time. I was like, what I thought about all the time is my day job. And I really do appreciate this community. I believe that we've gotten off to a good start in a lot of areas that will probably take root and go forward. Though if they don't, it means they need to change, and everything should change as we go forward. But I'm very pleased with the time that I invested in the association. So with that, I think that we could go back to a tradition and having a break between the board meeting and the appeals. So I'd like to call for let's say a 10-minute break. We will not adjourn the meeting at all. We'll just take a break until 20 minutes to 9, and then we'll come back for our appeals. Thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to reconvene. If you could all be seated, please. Okay, Cheryl, do you want us to get us started, please?
Okay, so I do have a question. We have two very similar appeals tonight, Mr. Marvin Webster and also Mr. Perry Beggs. They both are requesting to have parking areas in their back, and it's by accessing via the parking lot of Sierra Park. I was wondering if it would be okay to hear them together, or would we like to have them done separately?
Okay, and are they agreeable to have them heard together? Is that okay? Well, we can hear from both of you. I think it's going to be a similar
Yes.
decision. Well,
Okay.
what I'd like to suggest is we hear from each of you, and then because we're really dealing with the same issue, so that we'll do our debating and make our decision about the appeals once. It'll
Right.
apply to both of you. Okay.
Okay.
All right, that sounds
So
good.
I'm going to be talking about Marvin Webster's appealing the ACC committee denial for his RV parking rear access from Sierra Park. Mr. Webster submitted an application and plan for RV parking pad located in the backyard by way of accessing the parking pad from the Sierra Park parking lot, which is gated access locked at 10 p.m. by Community Patrol. The ACC committee denied the application, due to this being a common area, and they do not have the authority to approve ingress and egress access from CLPOA property. Per the Civil Code of Section 4600, grant of exclusive use on the common area, there are two different sections which I'm going to read. One is in Section A, unless the governing documents specify a different percentage, the affirmative vote of members owning at least 67% of the separate interest in the common interest development shall be required before the board may grant exclusive use of any portion of the common area to a member. And then in Section B, it says any measure placed before the members requesting that the board grant exclusive use of any portion of the common area shall specify whether the association will receive monetary consideration for the grant and whether the association or the transferees will be responsible for providing any insurance coverage for the exclusive use of the common area. It was noted by the operations that CLPOA cannot guarantee unrestricted access, and that the POA reserves the right to change the property at any time. And so the rules that are indicated here for the decision of the committee obviously are going to be, number one, it's being at POA property. The committee did not feel it was in their powers to be able to approve. Also within the CCNRs under Architectural Control Committee, paragraph 1 and paragraph 6 explains what the responsibilities of the committee are. And then again, in the association, paragraph 3 and 4, it talks as well. So the committee met on two different occasions, I believe, for the two separate. And the first committee meeting, the committee could not approve a parking area that uses CLPOA property for ingress or egress and access. Operations did advise the committee that the CLPOA property cannot be used for ingress or egress access for trailers and or parking of RVs. So it is recommended that the staff recommends the board of directors uphold the ACC committee decision and deny the members' request to utilize the POA property for ingress and egress purposes. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and give you the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. I'm Marvin Webster, my wife Shirley back there. We lived at lot 3720-093. I apologize for reading this, but I want to get through it as quickly as possible and make sure I include all my points. You've received a photo packet that helps me explain our request for the exception to the current POA rule that says we may not access our backyard by driving across POA property. Page 1 is a picture of our home on Vacation Drive. It also shows our motorhome that we recently purchased and parked on the driveway. We fully intended to park that in the property down below, but then surprise, we can't drive across the parking lot to get into our yard. We're a part of a unique neighborhood of 9 homes that are located above Sierra Park. Page 2 of my photo packet to you. Page 2 shows that some of the homes are above the grassy area. Page 3 shows that 4 of our homes are above the parking lot. Page 4 shows our motorhome. It fills up the driveway quite sufficiently. There is cement pad to the right of that, but there's also a planter in front of that. If I were to park in that area, I would be hanging 2 feet out into the street, so I can't move the motorhome to the right. Page 5 and 6. Page 5 shows the view that I have as I back out of the driveway, and I'm in the driver's seat. Behind me is the back seat and of course the trunk. So the car is well under the street. Page 6, we put in a circular driveway. And as I go out the circular driveway, this is my view from the driver's seat. Ahead of me is the windshield and the hood. So that is also out under the street before I can see any traffic coming. On page 6, you notice that Vacation Drive curves to the left there. I can't see more than 2 houses down the street. So with cars coming at 35 or generally faster, they do come up rather quickly. Page 7 is one that is included in the the handout for tonight. I can't think of the word, sorry. Anyway, it shows all 4 houses above the parking lot. Page 8 is my house with 2 tall palm trees. Page 9 and 10 are other parks in Canyon Lake community. They do not have parking lots backing up to anybody's property. I'll come back to this point in a few moments. We are a unique situation in Sarah Park that we're the only park that has a parking lot that backs up to property that is level with the parking lot and accessible from the parking lot for parking or has level ground next to it. Page 11 shows my backyard gate. It shows the gate, the fence. We are right there at the edge of the parking lot. And I want to refer now to the agenda for tonight, about 10 or 15 pages in from the back, just after the financial report is the page that she was referring to. She read the background, and that's where it starts. Go over 2 pages. You have an aerial view of the homes that are backing up to the parking lot. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, my house has been outlined with a black line, and you'll notice that we are there. It shows there are parking spaces along the fence. These are small ones for golf carts. These have been eliminated because they park cars there instead, and my fence has been hit twice already. We talked to operations, all 3 of the 4 homes talked to them, and they have eliminated those parking spaces along the fence that are next to our property. So we're not going to be bothering anybody when we drive out. Okay, the next page shows my property and where we wanted to put the pad. The next page on the evening agenda shows the 4 houses again. The next page shows house number 1's gate. This is in the agenda for the evening. The page after that shows Mr. Beggs' house, his gate. And for some reason, mine wasn't there, but they're all the same. They're all chain link fence. Note, I want to call to your attention that these gates that are adjacent to the parking lot are 8-foot wide gates. The rest of the 9 homes only have 3-foot wide gates. So these are not just for maintenance. Thank you. These are not just for maintenance. Apparently at one time, we moved here 4 years ago, so we don't know the history on this, but apparently at one time, access was granted to these backyards. This is not just a walk-in gate. This is for parking, driving a large vehicle in there and parking it there. Okay, the next page. Okay. I want to go back to the first page that she read. This is the one just behind the financial report. There's 5 paragraphs at the bottom of that. And it said, the first paragraph says, Mr. Webster submitted an application, so forth. And go to the last line of that, where it refers that the park is locked at 10 o'clock. We don't care what time the park is locked. We're not going to be driving in or out at 10 o'clock at night. So we're only going to be there during daytime hours. So that is a unnecessary point for us as far as we're concerned. In paragraph 3 and paragraph 4, it says on the last line of paragraph 3 that we're requesting grant of exclusive use of the POA property. The first line of paragraph 4 refers again to exclusive use. We're not requesting exclusive use. We're going to be using that with full community cooperation. I mean, all of us will still be using that. We're not shutting that down. We're just asking to drive across the parking lot into our backyard. And then the 5th paragraph, it says it was noted by operations that they could not guarantee, I'm sorry, I have vision problems, could not guarantee unrestricted access to our backyards, and that POA reserves the right to change the POA property at any time. I don't think that's going to happen within my lifetime. I don't think you're going to be changing that parking lot, removing it, moving it someplace else. You've got a beach there, you've got the bathrooms there. I don't think it's going to happen, at least not during my lifetime. I'll be long gone and dead before that happens. So again, back to my handout to you, the last page. We're not asking for permission to drive over grassy area. We're just asking for permission to drive across a paved parking lot. I think the rule here that in reference to that is that was probably made at some time when people were driving to their backyards, going across community parks, and so the rule was passed, but it doesn't really apply to all houses. We are 4 houses above Sarah Park that are deserving of an exemption to that rule. We just want to drive our trailers and our RVs into that backyard where it's a great place to store it. It's off of the front driveway, which presents a safety hazard. And that's all that we're requesting, is just exemptions to that rule for the 4 of those houses. Thank you.
Regarding my property on Vacation Drive, which is adjacent to Sierra Park, the house itself was built in 1979, and the gate, as far as I know, has always been there. It leads to the parking lot. We've used this gate to go to the beach and use the park amenities. My grandkids go down there and go fishing, and all 9 of the properties have a park access through a gate of some sort. Every park I've looked at in the community has homes adjacent to the park, and they have this wonderful benefit of living next to the park, which outweighs the negative, like loud parties, trash thrown in yards, maintenance crews early in the morning, that kind of thing. We love where we live. We love living on the park. It's noisy, but it's happy noise. We really enjoy living there. And being able to walk down to the park or walk down to the bottom of my property and just walk to the beach is just, I mean, it's fantastic. I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. Unfortunately, I have a large piece of my property at the bottom, which is perfectly flat, that unless I have some sort of access to it is useless. I'm asking for a variance to allow me to use my gate to access my property from the parking lot to store my trailer on pavers, similar to what I've seen around the community for RVs and trailers and such. I really only need to access that during park hours. The other safety benefit, like Mr. Webster has explained, is it's really sketchy backing a trailer into our driveways with the negative curve. It's really dangerous. My wife puts her life on the line. She stands out in the middle of the street waving at cars that are going 45 miles an hour. And I don't like her doing that, but she insists on it because otherwise I'll get T-boned just trying to back my trailer in. The risk, the POA in granting of this accessibility is zero, since park goers drive on that parking lot all day long, 7 days a week, just like I would drive onto it to access my gate. The risk to damage to my fence is my own. There would be no responsibility of the POA. Park guests, landscapers, CR&R uses our parking lot to transfer dumpsters from truck to truck, usually early in the morning. We get like loud banging sounds, and a lot of the local, a lot of my neighbors, they have landscapers that come in and do work on the back of their property, and they use that access to come and do maintenance on their properties, like mow their grass, pull weeds, or do some sort of landscaping. So the argument that we're asking for exclusive use of the parking lot, I think is invalid, because everybody uses the parking lot, the whole community. All the members of this community have access to that parking lot during business hours or during the park hours. So to say that I can't drive my car down there and open my gate and then drive through it, it doesn't make sense to me when every other community member can come down there and park their car and use the amenities, use the beach, have their parties and all that kind of stuff. There's a couple of places in the community that I did some research, and I know of at least 2 properties that use POA property to access the back of their property. I took some pictures, if you look in your packet, that say POA access on them. One of them is on Loch Lomond, where the overflow boat parking for the POA is. I just happen to have a friend that lives on that street, and I was at his house, and there was a 5th wheel trailer parked in the middle of the street with the flashers on. And the operations people came, unlocked the gate. He put his trailer in his backyard through his double gate, which is adjacent to the POA property. And when he was done, the operations folks locked the gate for him, and all was good. So I don't even need the POA to come and unlock the gate. I would only be using access to my property through the parking lot during park hours. It's no risk to the POA, no risk to any of my neighbors. I'm just asking for the same consideration that others enjoy, and to be able to make use of my property to store my trailer. The other issue is if the pavers are the issue, and you don't like the pavers, then what? If I could pour a pad or something else, but most of the things I see around the community, everybody just puts pavers down. There's a huge RV parked over on Cane Lake Drive that's sitting on square pavers. So, like I said, I'm just asking for the same consideration that others enjoy. I'd like to be able to use the bottom of my property, and I ask respectfully for a variance to do that. Thank you.
So I'd just like to point out that regarding the paver or versus the parking pads, that's not something that the committee is opposed to. Either one would be fine. The only thing the committee was not willing to grant was the use of the parking lot to get to your properties. So having the pavers is fine.
Okay, so
I also would like to point out to the board that I did do research on gates. There's only one that I could find in this general area where it was approved to actually have a gate to access the parking. This is in moving to what he was saying about a granted access. We can't control what people do when we don't see them doing it. So unfortunately, most of the gates that were put in back there were put in without a permit.
So does that mean that my gate has to be blocked off?
I'm not saying anything of the sort. We're not hearing that subject tonight. We're just hearing regarding the ingress and egress to your property.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Biggs, can I ask you a couple questions? Just in the pictures here for the POA property access. The top one, is that the area that you go through to get to, I'll call it the place where you can view the dam? I think EVMWD actually has that open space that gives them access to the gate and ultimately down towards the dam.
Yeah, yes. I've
Okay, and then
always,
the bottom two on with the wood fencing, is that the same property or two different properties?
two different properties.
And where are these two located?
That one is over on Outrigger. It's on the corner of Outrigger and Bahia, I believe. I hate to call out this person because I don't want them to get in trouble. Or
So
whatever.
are these
I don't want you guys
properties, was it Evans Park or one of the parks that's over there by that Bahia?
I believe
Is
it's a, what do they call it, green belt area that's across the street from Outrigger Park.
Yeah, we would have a name of a park for it though, right?
I just don't have that at the top of my head.
Okay. But I mean, at this point, these two properties are against the side of what we would call a park. It might be an undeveloped park right now, but it's a park.
If you're talking about the ones the last page?
The two on the bottom, the wood fences.
Oh. I don't have a copy of that.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know. I have no idea. I would have to actually research to find out. I'm not sure what the question is. Are you asking whether or not they were permitted?
So it's lower Outrigger Park.
Yes, because the committee does not usually, if lower Outrigger, is that what you're saying? I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't have the answer to that, but regardless of that, these fences or these gates that are the access points, we would not have approved. They don't approve those gates. We don't approve accessing into other properties or into other, like POA areas.
Are you familiar with the one he's referring to at Loch Lomond?
No, I'm not. So what they're saying is that the operations department is allowing them access. I don't know. I would not understand how that happened. It could have been an arrangement that was made years ago. I don't know.
And you're sure that was operations that opened that
Yeah,
gate?
I watched it happen. I was shocked. And pleased. I thought, well, if it works for him or them or whoever they are. Again, I regret bringing this up because now I don't want you guys to go after them. They have a sweet arrangement. I'm just asking, I don't even need help from anybody. I have my own gate, my own lock. I'm allowed to drive my car down to the parking lot and park it. Why can't I drive it to the parking lot and onto my property? That's what I don't understand. Why am I being denied or denied access to the park?
Cheryl or John or someone tell me why. I recall there's some discussion about those parking spots in front of the gates at their property on Sierra Park.
Yes, that was brought up to the committee and the committee agreed with us and said, and then we deleted those parking spaces.
But what was the basis for that? Do you, I remember the discussion, I just don't
The-
remember the details.
Because they painted the lines to block our gates.
I'm sorry?
They painted the lines in such a way that it blocked access to our gates.
Okay.
And there was also potential for damage to our fences from people parking nose in and driving too close and knocking our posts over.
Okay.
And the person who put in the new paving thing made a mistake and put those lines in. And we were like, why are people now parking into our gates, into our fences? If you're gonna park into our fence, you have to build a block wall. You can't do that. That's our property. And, you know, right, you say we can't go on your property, well, you in turn cannot go on my property that I paid for. And that's what you were doing by painting those lines. So they got the cheapest thing that the POA could do was just to black out those lines, and everybody said, okay, and it all went away.
So could you clarify for me, when you say that they were on your property, does your property extend over part of the parking lot?
No.
Or does it end at the edge of the parking lot? But only if the car was pulled in too far. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So if a concrete curb was put down there, like is often done to protect the fence from that, then what you're saying would not be a concern.
Right, the damage to the fence is not the issue here.
No, I understand the issue. I have a question. I take it that the presence of these 8-foot gates never came up in the escrow inspections or weren't flagged as violations. I notice it looks like we have an aluminum shed sitting in one of these pieces of property, and that was never flagged as a violation either. Is that correct?
I don't have the answer to that right now. I mean.
Okay.
Is there approvals on any of these properties for the 8-foot wide swinging gates? And if so, why would we do that? Or if not, then somebody just installed gates and we didn't necessarily say that they were okay. It's just what ended up being there.
Well, first of all, probably they have been there for years. And so probably the inspectors, I'm not sure if the inspectors would even go back there unless it's an escrow inspection. There was one gate that was approved by the POA, and that was on lot number, I want to say 92. I have it here. So that's only one of the gates that's of those particular properties where was approved. And it was approved back in 1986. So that shows you how far back some of these gates have been in there. So if it's been there for more than 5 or 6 years, we're not going to say anything until an escrow happens.
We bought that house 3 times now, so.
Twice.
So nobody said anything any of the times.
Yeah.
We bought the house. And this is the original fence since 1978.
So I'm gonna, just not your property, but other places in similar situation. Joe lives right next to Indian Beach. And as you go into Indian Beach, there are a row of houses that are all right down the driveway going down into Indian Beach. And I don't know that the POA would ever say, we can't put parking places or do something along that western edge of Indian Beach simply because somebody owns a piece of property next to it that they might want to put a gate in to get access in and out of their property. Moonstone Beach over more where I live, same type of thing. You go down into Moonstone Beach and there's a couple of houses that are backed up to the parking lot, and we have parking spaces that are right up against those properties on the back side of them because same idea, they don't have a guaranteed in and out access to the back of their property. So I think we probably have a very similar situation here. It's just that because it's maybe a larger parking lot and it's seems pretty easy to access into your backyard, that it seems like people have maybe put these swinging gates in as if they could provide vehicle access or trailer access or whatever, but I just don't know that they're necessarily were intended to be that way. It may have been by the owner, but I don't know if it was intended that way for the POA, because the POA, like we just done, a lot of parking lot reconfigurations, and we changed the way the parking of that particular lot gets designed, and there could be a reconfiguration of the Sierra Park lot that can reconfigures to have parking right along the backsides of your houses, and wall or no wall, maybe, curb stops. That could be a design, and I think that's what Cheryl's trying to allude to, is that we don't block POA access or grant members exclusive access to POA common ground to simply access your property when the common area is really for the design purpose of that park. At least that's my thought or interpretation of what that park really was designed, and that parking lot was looking as a part of the structure of just Sierra Park West and all the access that you would have with the members going there with their cars, golf carts, or whatever. And I can see, it's like you said, easy to just paint some black lines on the ground and make those parking spots go away. I don't know if that was exactly what the POA intended, but clearly something had happened somewhere along the line to make that happen.
Yeah, we went before the committee and the committee agreed and said that those parking spots have never been there and there was no reason to add them, so they deleted them.
Which committee are you referring to, please?
I assume it was, yeah, we met in the,
You're talking about the Facility Planning Committee?
yeah, maybe that was them.
Yeah,
Yes, Facilities Committee, yes.
Excuse me?
That's probably who added those stripes when the parking lot was restriped. But those stripes are gone now. I mean, they've been painted over for a year.
What this all comes down to is the curve. It doesn't show like it's a very steep curve there in that picture, but it's a very steep curve.
I know.
And people don't go 45, they go 60 around that curve. And we literally do our lives when we park things in our own driveway. So we just thought this would be an easier place that would like not.
I appreciate what you're saying. You have to understand what we're up against. We're in a community. We have CCNRs. We have planning and compliance. We have to do things and we have to follow the rules. This is not the only solution to the curve and fast moving cars. The fact of the matter is you have things that you believe could be safely parked down there, and I appreciate that. We have to decide whether we think it's appropriate for you to do that, given the rules that we have to operate under, and that's what we're trying to consider. To have the Facility Planning Committee make decisions about those parking stalls is interesting. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's binding. I remember when I saw those things blacked out, I was wondering where we were giving up parking places in a park that's very popular that doesn't have enough parking. But I understand. I understand that it's not to the homeowner's advantage. But that's kind of the way it is around here. Everybody has, not everybody, but we all have things we have to live with being in this community. And maybe it's not all of our first choices, but we're just trying to understand your perspectives and understand what our CCNRs are. I understand, ma'am. And we all live in Canyon Lake. Well, it is the same. So, John, do you have something you'd like to add?
Well, I was going to offer to explain the situation down at Indian Beach, if you'd like. The POA property is separated. There's a berm of dirt that is the actual POA property line. Then there's 20 feet access. So all those homes along that west side of that road actually have 20 feet access. They all use it. So they have their fence set back 20 feet with gates in it that allow access for them to go down there. They actually have, those are considered lakefront lots, even though they're on Golden Gate and they're quite a ways back from the actual lake shore, but those are lakefront lots and they have this exclusive use of a easement to the lake, which is 20 feet wide. So that's why it's not really onto, they can't really come from POA parking lot there to use that area. As far as I know, I don't know if they've gone over it or not, but I remember when we've been down there before, there is a dirt berm that is kind of tough to get over.
But they can, if they go all the way down, there's, my neighbor's building a pool.
Okay.
And their trucks are actually
Oh,
accessing.
they're
their
going
property.
through there? Yeah,
So-
they shouldn't be doing that.
I assumed he got permission.
We're throwing
No.
everybody under the bus now.
I won't
I'm sorry,
go there.
but
But
don't.
there
we
is
don't-
vehicle
we're-
access.
Yeah, so the ACC's stand on this is that we don't allow access from POA property except on the normal roads. But we don't have authority to grant approval for, in this type of situation. And if there's other people that have done that, we are not aware of that. And that's, as long as I've been on here, we've never approved that kind of situation.
So John, could you help me understand? Every one of us drives across community setback to get to our driveway,
Correct.
which is community property.
Correct.
So just so I understand, why is this different? Driving into their backyard, going across POA property?
That's a very good question, but we were advised that we should not approve it because we don't have the authority to grant
So
ingress.
just so I
and egress.
understand, who advised you?
It came from operations. And there's an email that they sent.
Is there anything in our CC&Rs that directly says that they can't do this?
No, not in the CC&Rs.
So is operations doing this because they don't want to be caught with a gate lock when these
Well, I
folks
think
want
they
access?
are, I don't know. I can't answer for operations. I'm sorry.
I believe their concern is that it should things down the road change with this parking lot in any way. I mean, it could be turned into anything, who knows? They don't want to have the problem to come back onto their plate for having to approve something like this. So what we did as the committee, I asked Eric, I sent the information up to Eric, I sent the information over to Steve, and then we got the results back saying they just can't, grant, exclusive use or that they would have access at all times because something might change, such as striping of the parking lot, different, adding more or something else. And so not that there's not a rule for it, it's just not something that they would guarantee they would have unrestricted access.
So, I mean, I think I might be able to help with this. I had a property that a lot I owned years ago on Cascade, just right up Vacation. And between Cascade and the next street, Bonanza, there was what you're describing, a 20-foot easement that went down to the water. So all the properties along that dual property line didn't build 10 feet into that easement. So each one of them owned the property, but they were each 10 feet back, which created a 20-foot lane. And people would use that lane to go down and drive in and access their backyards. But it wasn't designed for, like, in this case, a POA parking lot. And so I think the difference is that this easement was really just intended for sewer or some other purpose that created a driving lane, where we're talking about a parcel of property that the POA owns that then we're now looking at not being able to use some of it because we might have designed it for parking, but because their gates are there, we're now not going to be able to use it for parking. So we have to, in essence, abandon the use of that part of the parcel.
If I follow what you're saying, it appears to me that we've already in this iteration of striping, guaranteed them access to their gates. As long as the park is unlocked.
If the POA did, I mean, again,
we blacked out all the lines.
Again, I don't know that. I think that they're
So
saying is.
then the issue is if that's the case, of course, we can't have them parking on the gravel, right? We've got to have, and we can't have them parking on one paver, like some of these pictures have shown. We've got to have a a proper parking pad. I mean, we want this to look beautiful, and
Oh, I
I
totally
can't
agree.
argue that RVs sitting in driveways are not beautiful. I got schooled on that before, so I'm not going to go there.
Well, there's a growing trend I see in the community where people are actually pouring pads right up to the curb in the setback and parking their RVs perpendicular
I
to
recognize
their
that.
house.
Mhm.
And to me, I think that, that hides the front of the house. It's not as appealing to me, but
The
it
ACC
seems to
has
be a
criteria
trend.
that, I understand. They have criteria for that. I understand what you're saying, and there are conditions when they permit that to occur. And I'm sure that if we say to you, no, you've got to have a proper parking pad and a proper driveway if you're going to do this, that you would comply with
I
that.
would certainly comply with that. Absolutely.
So would there ever be a time that you would approve gates like this?
As it stated in 1986, a gate was approved.
And I understand that, but today,
I don't think, I mean, at this point in time, the way the committee feels is that, granting a access into someone else's property, whether it's going to be a park or not, that's not something they would do. They would just push that onto the board. If the board chooses or elects to allow it, then that would be up to the board. It's one of those things that the committee feels it's just not within their rights. Now, if it's from a neighbor to neighbor and both neighbors sign on to it, then that's something that we have done. I think we've done it once before. So, and also just to answer your question regarding the community setback, that's something that's actually in the rules, where it's the owner's responsibility of the adjacent property to maintain it, whereas there is no actual said rule for using POA property to access a member's property.
Jim?
I'm a bit concerned about the safety issues.
Turn your mic on.
I mean, I can see how it's dangerous backing out of there. And personally, I don't see a problem in giving a variance on it or whatever's necessary. We're not, to be able to drive a vehicle in a park, which they could do anyway, and park it there on a pad, I think would make the most sense. That's one board member's opinion. I don't know how everybody else feels, but it just, like I say, I mean, I look at those trying to back out, and I've seen that curve there on vacation. It's very dangerous, and I wouldn't want to back one of those things out of there. So to me, that's been there since '86, and nobody's complained about it. They put down a pad. There's a way to get to it. They know the risk of, you want to go out after 10 o'clock at night, you can't go out. You're locked in. I mean, that would be my 2 cents worth.
Well, I would gladly apply for permits and do whatever you guys wanted to do for that.
I also would like to point out that it's not a CCNR violation, so therefore there was no need to be a variance to be paid for. It would just strictly be if the board elects to choose to approve it, then they would just approve it with whatever conditions you want to add to it.
So as I understand, thank you for clarifying that. No variance needed. If you put the driveway in, put the parking pad, do what you want to do, and we say to ACC, it's going to be okay. And so they have to approve what this is going to look like anyway.
I understand.
Then it seems to me that we have guaranteed you access to that parking spot, unless we turn around and say somewhere down the road, we're going to use this parking area for something different. I have no idea what it was. I was on FRC back when we were trying to figure out where to put the pump track.
Yeah.
And this was one of the spots that was my favorite. I'm sorry, because it's your backyard, but
Yeah,
it was one of my favorites. And if we had done something like that, it could completely change the character of this whole thing. Now, if some board came along 5 or 10 years from now and decided, we're going to do something different here, then you'd lose that access.
I'd be fine with that. Just give me notice so I can move whatever's there out. I wouldn't have a problem with that at all. I just retired on disability, and I don't know how much longer I'm going to be around, but for the next 5 or 10 years, if it works for me, fine. And if they change it later on, I would adjust. I may not have a trailer in 5 years. I may be who knows where.
That's the joy of having gray hair. We're all in the same boat. I understand. Mr. Webster, do you want to comment on that, what I just suggested? It would be temporary. Any egress that we give you could not be guaranteed. And if we choose to use the parking lot differently, or you choose to use the space differently, even if you put in a whole driveway and a parking place, you might not have access to it.
Yeah.
Can I ask you another question, please? Did you put that metal shed back there, or was that there when you bought the house?
That shed has been there since that house was built, and it was grandfathered in.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Ruth Ann and Jim.
I concur with Chris. I mean, basically, we either have to abandon this, let's just say it's 30 feet wide, you know, that lane of 30 feet wide that backs up to the property, because we have to give you the ability to get whatever you want to get in and out of there. And if we abandon it and give it to you, in essence, that's like giving away common area, even though we're not really giving it away, because right now it's a parking lot, but you know, it becomes a horseshoe pit. It becomes something else that now makes it so you can't get there. That's the risk, is that if you put something in there and you invest whatever you invest into developing that for this purpose, and then the POA changes its mind about the function of that park and redesigns it, you may find yourself not having access anymore.
I'll accept that risk. There was talk a few years back about putting in a launch ramp there, and that never happened. So yeah, I would assume that risk. And if that happened, I would comply.
Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion to do something. We can table, think about this for a while. We can accept it, or we can deny it, or anything else you can think of. So please, somebody make a motion.
I can motion.
You know, we talk a lot about getting new directors. We need to have you run for the board. Now, it's going to take a while, but we can get you there.
Okay.
But then you'd have a conflict of interest, so you couldn't do anything anyway. But, you know, come on down.
I'll fill out my application.
So the motion would be that we would grant them not necessarily permanent access, but for whatever period of time.
You can make the motion you want to make. So you go ahead and knock yourself out here.
Well, you're the engineer.
Well, I don't know how we enforce a temporary permission. How
The
do we
only
do that?
way we can do that is by doing a variance or an agreement, sort of like a
Revocable
license agreement. We can do a revocable, and it would just be for just the access purposes. It's not have nothing to do with the concrete, what they're going to do in their backyard. That's would be separate. We're just asking for the board to make that decision. So if it is, we can conjure up some sort of a license agreement,
So you called it a revocable license.
revocable license agreement. And that, again, would then be a charge of $225 to get it recorded.
Anything we do, I think we need to make sure that the use in that area is going to be for one vehicle only. And that, I mean, there's quite a bit of space back there, and I'm not saying that you would do this, but we might be opening the gates to have an RV storage yard back there with, you know, a couple of trailers and a boat.
No, there's no room for that.
And I'm not saying that's the case, but I think we would have to stipulate something to limit it to just one vehicle.
I'm okay with that too.
You know, I would be more comfortable if you both worked out a deal with ACC about what would be acceptable as a parking area for one vehicle. So we knew that that was on the table, so that we could grant that revocable license based on what you've approved as a permit.
What I suggest is if you are leaning towards the revocable license, to approve for the revocable license to be written, and then we would work with legal, obviously, to come up with the right verbiage on this, because this is something we don't have access to. We'd have to create this.
Well, just trying to pick up on what Joe was talking about, because I agree with him. I don't want to see 3 boats back there.
Correct.
Somebody comes along and owns a bunch of boats, which is not uncommon
So I
around
would say
here.
in your, whatever you're going to approve tonight, your resolution would be to state that in there, and then we would make sure it's in that revocable license.
So I'm going to throw one more piece out there, and you have probably already seen this, because I think, pretty sure I have, is that when that parking lot gets full, and it does, somebody just decides they're going to park along the fence line because it's got a lot of open space.
That's fine.
If they park in front of your access, you're stuck until they move.
We're willing to take that risk. I can tell you that trailer, I don't use it every day. I don't use it every month. I may use it once every couple of months, maybe. We're going to use it to tow behind our RV and bring our car with us so we can go camping. So it's not something that I would need daily or access to. And if there's a car in the way, then I would wait till the car moved. I'm flexible. I'm not asking for guaranteed, access. I agree with you. On 4th of July, that parking lot's packed. It's full.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that we don't want to put like no parking signs up along your fence because.
Well, there's a red
that's-
stripe there now.
And I'm surprised at that.
Yeah,
Now we're getting down to enforcement.
I mean, I guess I shouldn't say that. When I moved into my house, the guy who owned my house before me, he liked to sit in his front yard and he liked to look across the street at the ball field and watch people playing ball. But cars would park there and block his view. So we went down to the store, bought a can of red paint, and he went out and just painted the curb red as far as he needed to in order to make sure his view wouldn't get blocked. So I don't know if that didn't happen here. I don't think so, but that's the way some people fix things.
Tom, how many more secrets are you going to tell? Cheryl, is the revocable license something that you folks could prepare for us?
Yes.
I'm uncomfortable trying to wordsmith something right here tonight.
Yes. We
Okay,
can do
so
that.
could I get a motion to table this until we can get the language of the revocable license so we can consider it at the next meeting and make a decision? Would that work?
I was gonna
Works for
say
me, but
that-
I won't be here.
I was going to say that might be a good idea because then legal would draft this up and put in what restrictions you want in the agreement, the revocable license, and they might see something else that we might be doing wrong since we don't have legal here tonight.
I have it written down, revocable license to be drafted and recorded, only one vehicle on a concrete to be approved by the ACC committee, but you want the verbiage in there to not have it to be no guarantees, correct? That they're not going to have unrestricted access. I will work with our legal team and we will get this back to the board by next month.
So do we want to do it tonight or you want to put it off to next one?
I'd like to get a motion to table until we get this back.
Would this be for the new board or for this board next month?
Oh, you know it's for the new board. This board is on its last moments.
Then do we have to start completely over with a new board? Or is?
Well, I hope you voted and I,
Oh, I was holding my vote until after this.
So
To
you
make
have to
it-
judge where the risk is. You can have a better shot with him, a better shot without him.
To make it easier for you, it would go in with a recommendation by us to use the revocable license.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think is that 10 minutes?
It's at 10 minutes. Do I have a motion yet?
I'll move that we table both Mr. Beggs and Mr. Webster's appeal until ACC has come up with appropriate verbiage for us.
Okay. Good. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Are you with us, Harmony?
Yes, got it.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, let's ready for the next appeal. Go ahead.
Just work it out with them and we'll bring it back.
I like the revocable.
Okay, so for our final appearance, member Laura Belima appealing the ACC decision for netting on the rear and the sides of her house. Ms. Belima is appealing the ACC decision for a 60-foot in height U-shaped netting to surround the sides and the rear of her property to shield her property from mishit golf balls. Ms. Belima presented a trajectory plan prepared by Tanner Consulting Group along with her application to the ACC committee. Ms. Belima's property is approximately midway down from the third tee on the greens as shown on the trajectory plan in Exhibit 1. The purpose of the study, this is coming from Tanner's Consulting, is to illustrate the path of a Titleist Pro V1 ball hit with a 10.5 degree lofted driver. It also shows the ball height, the distance hit by a specific club, ball, and a swing speed. These are golf shots that are hit straight and correct. Additionally, it assumes the ball was struck in the middle of the club face that was square to a correct alignment at impact. There is no guarantee that a golfer will be proficient enough to mimic the exact swing conditions to generate this ideal result. There is no guarantee that a golfer will hit at the same speed or angle. A golf shot is a mishit. It will usually not travel as far or as straight. This study reflects what is determined as a worst-case scenario. The committee spent several meetings going over her application along with meeting her at the property and conversing with the Greens Committee to help aid them in determining a decision. The committee made an alternative suggestion. They suggested that a netting on the right side of the home must be set back a minimum of 70 feet back from the curb based off the design of the trajectory of the engineered plans. They also stated that the support post must be a minimum of 6 inches away from the property line and that a maximum height of the netting is to be 40 feet above grade based on what the committee has approved on other golf course homes. Then I just went into explaining a little bit about a hook, a shank, and a slice. And let me tell you, I learned a lot about golf and probably will never use it because I'm not a golfer. But the committee in its sole purpose is keeping with previously approved netting determined that Ms. Belima's plan is not aesthetic and should not be approved due to the height and the position that she's proposing. The committee has been and will continue to work with Ms. Belima to determine the best course to take. Owning a property adjacent to the golf course is not without challenge, and there is a certain degree of understanding of these challenges prior to purchasing of the home on the golf course. So in essence, the staff is recommending that the Board of Directors uphold the ACC decision and deny the appeal. Staff further recommends that Ms. Belima submit the ACC's alternative suggestion of a 40-foot netting in height located 70 feet back from the curb on the right side only. There was one other suggested thing, item Ms. Belima had wanted to do, but I would like for Lynn to do me a favor to go to exhibit number 4. When the committee went out there several times, they noticed that there were also some trees that are on the golf course. There you go, that's right there. And they felt that some of the mishits would also be stopped by these trees. Now, these are not her trees. These are trees that are actually on the golf course in the back. The other thing is I wanted to point out, which is the very next slide, Lynn, is the other suggestion that Ms. Belima would like to have done, and this is not on the proposal tonight, was to have a overhang over her driveway to kind of help to aid from the balls hitting the vehicles in her driveway. So she's going to talk a little bit about that as well. So I'd like for an opportunity for Ms. Belima to come on up and explain her appeals to the board.
Ma'am, I'm sorry it's so late, but it is 9:45. May I say something, please, ma'am? I'm sorry that it's late. We can put this off for another month. We're only going to, ma'am, I can stop right now if you like. I know you don't want me to, but I want you to listen to me. We're not going to have an hour and a half discussion. If this discussion is going to go long, then I want to table this until next month. So please, give us a concise, definite description of what you're interested in, please. Please talk to the mic so I can understand you.
Yeah. Okay. It's on. 77 years old, you know. I think it's wonderful, all the stuff you guys want to do. It's just beautiful. I just wish you could help some of us members, you know, so, you know, I mean, we live and we pay the dues, you know. I don't have trouble, I just need help. That's all. I need help. Okay, everybody has one? Okay. I live 9 houses down from Canyon Lake Road on Continental Drive. I have been asking you, Canyon Lake, to help me all year long so I can protect myself and my property from golf balls. All I get from you is no. One time I could protect the place some. I need it all protected because my house, I will call number 9 because I'm 9 houses down from where they tee off, hits everywhere, all the time. It never does stop. Last year, I did hire Turner Consulting. He is known all over the world. He has done work in Europe countries, USA. He is now working in Australia. He has even done palaces. I hired him to look at how the golf balls always land on my place when hit bad. This is his job. He made up plans like you would get if you were building a house. So I took these plans to the POA for help. They looked at them, took only the last page of all my plans, telling the story of these golf balls. Today, the board still does have this last plan in their hands, and I still get no's. I have been told from one of the ladies who work at POA when I am filling out more papers for help, if I do not like it here, move. Well, I paid $3,810 to have these plans done. This is a lot of money for me. It is now on paper. My house number 9 from the tee off shows how the bad hits go wrong by the house with the pool, which I call number 7. It's where it all starts. Then it goes over house number 8 to get to number 9, my house, to me. When I watch all the golfers stop behind my house for now their second shot, and you guys tell me that the bad things you wrote in that thing don't get hit as hard. That is not true. I watch them all day long in their golf carts when I'm home, and I watch them searching for the balls, the ones that they lost, and half of them are on my yard. And the other half that they hit right, they hit them on and they go on. It's all right behind my house, and I see it every day. Okay, I watch and see this, I would say 90 to 95% balls all stop by my house, the good ones and the bad ones. I had been told this is so easy to fix. You change your tee where golfers tee off and you put up a small net, but you don't do this. You knew this way before I even had these plans done. The reason is you don't want to mess up the look of the golf course. Well, look at my place. Golf balls, hit backyard, all my planters, all my back outside patios all dented up, balls on top of patio covers.
I tried to put up a net years back to help myself. I cannot go higher enough. I tried to fill in the sides of my outdoor patio, but balls still keep coming into my patio. I have had family and friends come to visit me. They want to sit outside here. I don't want to sit outside anymore because of Carol Ann almost getting hit in the head, just missed her by 1 inch. I have never forgot that. I have been hit in my back right leg. It took me down. Took me down. Boy, it hurt. I have put over 100 new tiles on my roof. My gutters years back were always full with golf balls. I had to put screens in them all to keep the golf balls out. I had to build covers for my air and my heat machines to protect them from golf balls. I had a water pipe on the side of my house going up to the 2nd story behind my house so I could wash down here. This was here when I bought the house. It was broken so many times, and then the water became gushers of water coming out, just like a volcano you would see in Hawaii coming out. I finally had to take this down. When this happened, it was hard to find someone to help me. I finally had to learn myself how to turn off the water and fix the pipe with the right size. Thank the Lord, my dad taught me how to fix sprinklers. Now we will talk about all the water that comes out. I have to pay for this. The water company gets mad at you, and now you don't dare leave your place for fear that it's going to happen when you are gone and there will be nobody to turn off the water. I need help. This is not my fault. I don't need to pay high water bills because of golf balls. Golf balls still come here. So now I also hide my faucet behind things to protect it. I also have another faucet here by the side garage. I also hide the faucet behind things due to this once was broken also. Now we are going to talk about my bedroom on the side of my house. I have had that there for, on the house, I had a window screen for the golf balls on the window. If you can believe, the balls would get into the screen on the side and break the window. I could not believe this. I'm having this now with the next window over with my bathroom, my master bathroom, and right now there's 3 balls caught in there. It looks like it's pregnant. I see this happen. If I could get fixing the window, it was over my bed. So finally I had to take out the window for my own protection. I have holes in my cement, golf balls. Now we are going to talk about one back door. We go out 20 or 30 times a day. Right next to this door we use is stucco, is a big hole in the stucco from a golf ball. It is one hand and another hand off away from the door. We come out this down all day long. This is very dangerous, okay? We could be hit in the head. Now we are moving to front of house. We now have 2 cars. We do not use garage. My grandson, who I'm raising, goes to school online in garage. He also is in remote control racing. He goes all over, and he works on his cars and stuff in there. When he does study, he's in there. I went up and down our road, Continental, on the right side of the golf course, and I did write down all the people who leave their cars out overnight. This is our right. It is our property. We pay for the place we live. Now I'm going to talk about house number 8. After I lived here for a while, my next door neighbor told me he had a different roof. Reason? His house was hit so many times he could not take the broken tile on his roof from all the golf balls. So he went against Canyon Lake and did finally win. So Canyon Lake does know what is happening in this area with the golf balls. So now I am going to tell you, I have seen with my own eyes golf balls coming over house 8 to my house, number 9. So now we have dents in our cars. First I had a PT Cruiser here, dents from golf balls on side of car, broken front window. The next neighbor, number 10, had her bug park road right by me and parked by where she rented, broken window, front window. I have had handyman got dents on their hoods of their truck. I have had lots of people visiting me, don't like parking by my house anymore. I have been outside when a golf ball came across number 8 house, landed on the yellow line of Continental Drive Road in front of my house, number 9. I was so thankful to God there was not a car on the road here at that time. It would have caused an awful accident. This was amazing. There were no cars at this time because this road is a very busy road. Now I am going to talk about our cars now. My grandson turned 16 last year in November 2020. He had gotten himself a beautiful car in 2020. He looked and looked for the right car. He could not drive it because of the reason China virus pushed everything back because of the world closing everything. In this time, he got 2 different dents in his beautiful car, one on the passenger side and then another on his hood. I tried to call people on my phone to have them come to my house to fix it. Beautiful car. No one called me back. So finally, I was told about the Dodge car place in Hammett. They had a man who came there on certain days to do the work. So I took his car down there. I took his car down there Saturday, and it cost me to have this all done, $920.59. I had also have a golf ball on my own car, the size of, on the side of my roof on the driver's side. Mine is the size of a quarter. So a few days later, I had Casey's car fixed. I took my car down there. I sat there the whole day to find out if I wanted this golf cart dent out of my car that broke into paint. So I had to leave the car there for 2 to 3 days. Reason he did not fix unless he could do it right. The racks had to be taken off the car. It needed to be painted 2 times because my color is pearl. So now I would need to rent a car and then pay $1,000 or more for the dents to be taken out. I could not do this. I am not made out of money. I am still driving around with a dent in my car. I hate it. I want to be Goodwill. I went to Goodwill and got a lot of comforters now to cover our cars at Canyon Lake. Does nothing to help. Now I am going to talk about after Christmas, and this was, the cars are in that 70 feet that you don't want me to protect my house, okay? And the door that we could be hit on every time we got 20, 25 times a day, we could hit here. That's in the 70 feet too that you don't want to protect me. And this, what I'm reading right now, this is also in that 70 feet. Okay, let's see. I went to Goodwill, kind of does nothing to help me. After Christmas, December 2020, I was sitting on my cement in the front of my entrance to my house, number 9. All at once, I heard this awful noise on my roof. Then I heard this awful noise on my roof. A golf ball hit my roof so hard, I did not have time to even get up. I was expecting a golf ball, but instead I got a great big piece cut off from my roof, and I got it along with me now. The golf ball broke the whole thing off, and it just came tumbling down, and it came right beside my arm. If it would have hit my arm, it would have cut me all up because it was all jagged. It landed right beside my left arm, just missed me again. Thank you to God for protecting me. I would have been all cut up. Okay, there is a big problem here at my house, number 9. I do not want my grandson or I hurt. The other day I was taking the covers, the other day, he was taking the covers off, my grandson, off the car. Here came another golf ball, and it came right between the garage, and he had taken some of the cover off of the car. It was right between the car and the cover where he was standing and the garage. It could have hit him. I mean, how many times can we be lucky before something happens to us, you know? Okay, so Anyway, I just, want to say you have been warned what is happening here. It never does stop. But, but the, but the sad story here is, all about what is happening here because you gave Bill you let him put a new roof on his house. The only reason why his house isn't hit as much as mine because his house is smaller and it goes up. And I get it all. And all these balls come over Bill's house because he's only one story and goes to my house. And they all land by me. Every one of them land by me. I know what's happening here. I have lived it. The war on your golf balls. And I am ending. One of your ladies, members, told me on the phone, if you do not like it here, move. So I have been told this 2 times. I am old now. Too much work to move for me now. I should not have to move. This can be fixed. You know it, and so do I. When this is over, I will be picking up my last page of my plans you guys took from me at the POA that cost me $3,810 to show you really what you already knew, what was going on here. And now I even have people, I always have people taking the ball. I don't pick up the balls no more. I leave them. And so when people are walking down the road, a lot of them will come on the front and they'll steal them. And I don't care, because I don't have a fence or I don't have gates there. But the other day I was talking to my cousin Jean Carroll and my gumpy if I didn't see a guy open up my back gate, walk in my sidewalk, walk in another gate to get into my backyard to get to all the golf balls there. He wanted a golf ball because he lost his golf ball. He was looking for his golf ball. So don't tell me the bad hits don't come by me, that he was a bad hitter. So I went and I knocked on the window. He looked up at me, put the golf ball back down, went out the first gate, couldn't go out the second gate because it had closed. He jumped it, got in the golf cart with a friend, left. So this is where I live. So if you can spend time with that guy with parking, I would love to have my house just safe from golf balls. That's all I ask. And I was willing to put a net up from beginning to end, and it would even interfere with all of my water lines, and it would interfere with my cable, it would interfere with everything. But you only allowed me part, and I need the rest of it. So then I says, well, then let me have the netting, and then let me have the carport. But I still need protection of that door, and I still need protection in my front, because that's part of the protection you were gonna give me. And so I've been told by several golfers that all you guys need to do is change your tee and put some netting up just before house number 7 that has the pool, and it will all be taken care of. And this is what I believe. And I don't like it how you guys wrote in there about Tanner, because he's known all over the world, and even the netting people use him. And I live in this house and I see what's happening, and they hit hard and they're always looking for their dang balls, and they're always on my property. And right now, like I said, I have one window, has 3 of them in the golf netting. And the other night, I thought that window had broke. It shattered so bad when one went in there. I was on the phone with her friend. She even heard it. She says, what's breaking, Laura May? I says, I don't know. And it was one of them golf balls went in Safeway, and eventually that window's gonna have to be taken out too, because it hits everywhere. It hits my roof. It hits my gutters. It hits my air conditioning systems. It hits my back patio is all dented up. It hits everywhere. You guys, I love Canyon Lake, but I need to be protected, and you want to make everything beautiful, but these golf balls are tearing my house apart and going to probably kill us. And I can't sell a house to somebody and say, well, you're not going to die here, because they could die there. And you know what? And I don't want to move. I'm too old. I'm 77 and a half years old, and I don't have it in me anymore. I need help. I'm sorry. I just need help. And these golf balls here, they got dirt on them. You know why? Because they've been hit in the face. And the color right now.
has suggested a 40-foot fence instead of a 60-foot fence. Why do you think you need a 60-foot fence?
It goes over Bill's roof. It goes over his roof.
How tall is Bill's house?
He has a single story. but
So it's
then
about 25 feet tall.
I
I do know.
You
I,
do know?
oh, at 25, 30 feet. Is that correct?
But the thing is, why do I always gotta put tiles on my roof because it goes over
But,
my
but if you have if you have a fence that's 40 feet, a net that's 40 feet tall, all down the side of your house and all across the back, won't that stop all the golf balls coming into your yard and hitting your roof?
Well, I want to make sure that my front is protected too, and you want to go 70 feet back, and that is with the door to where we go in and out.
But could you show me your chart here shows that the golf ball trajectory goes like this and it comes by the center of your house. So you're talking about how, now I can understand the ball could hit here and could bounce over here, but if the netting is there to stop the ball, it'll never get there. I'm just trying to understand.
But what I'm trying to say is, I measured at 70 feet, and it goes way back, and I need to be protected all in here too.
Okay, so the 70 feet, what's that based on?
It was based on the engineering drawings. So we figured 70 feet
Talk about from the curb.
from the curb. So the lot is 120 feet deep. It has a 32-foot front setback, 12-foot community. So it's actually 132 feet is her total from the curb to the rear of the property line. We thought that if she put, using her engineered plans, there's bigger plans than these that we looked at, and we figured that 70 feet back, we came out and measured, we thought that 70 feet back would catch, it would be before this main line that they have drawn, the engineered plan shows, and it would catch most of the balls. We did not agree with her putting fence on the left side because we thought that if the balls come over and hit the netting on the left side, they would probably bounce back and, you know, it'd be like a catch-all. But the most we've approved, we have no fencing of the netting, I should say, on Continental here for this particular fairway.
And what
So
you're talking about is you want to protect not just through this line that's from your survey drawing, you want to go all the way up into the front yard.
Well, because I have.
Just that's what you want to do,
Yes,
right? Yeah.
Yes, because of the fact, it hits all there.
So let me ask you this, and I'll tell you, I own a home on this hole.
Okay.
Why did you buy a house on the golf course? Well, I mean, it's one of the things, like when I had this home, I understand that this is what's might happen to my
My
house.
daughter was killed in a car accident, okay? She had a little boy named Kenneth Cole, and she put him in Wilberforce School, and she was killed March 1, 2012. And I got to raise him, and I needed a place to raise him, but he had a horrible dad, and so I wanted to come to a place after CPS gave him to me that he couldn't come in and harm the child. So I chose Canyon Lake. There were no houses for sale at that time, Harley, because of they're not being sold for a lot of money. I was sold, I was taken to a house that had 1,000 cigarettes in a plate, yellow walls and everything, and a pool in the back. I said, I don't want that. So then he took me to this house. And these people were selling it because they had a death in the family. And they had an angel. They had an angel in the house. I don't think they put it in, but there was an angel. It reminded me of my daughter. Okay? And so I bought the house because of the angel and the death. And they sold the house because they only lived here a few months out of the year. They were from Arizona. And he had a brother that lived here, and they would come spend time with him, and he died of a heart attack the same time Sheila was killed. So they sold the house. I bought the house, and I looked, I'm not a golfer, I've never golfed in my life. I looked, and it looked like a straight shot to me, and so I thought, okay, it's fine, this is a straight shot. And so when I started having this, I blamed it on the left-hand guys because I thought the left-hand guys were doing it wrong. Or I said, well, they've been to country clubs and had a few Dutch would be slockies, some drinks. and they're not hitting so well. You know, you make all kinds of excuses. But then I learned from Tanner that when you do a ball, you go over a lot to bring it back so it gets to the hole. And he says some of them do it over too much. And that is what is happening, and it gets over and it starts at the pool house, 2 houses up from me. And so you can come into the back, but that it's coming in right there by that pool house. And I see the balls all the time, and I hear them all the time, you know?
So Mr. Tanner's engineering drawings say, Mr. Tanner's engineering drawings, as I understand it, say that a 40-foot high fence out to within 70 feet of the curb will stop the golf balls.
I don't know nothing.
But that's what you hired the engineer for.
Yeah, I know, but you're saying that he doesn't seem, he works palaces in Europe even. You know?
I believe every word he says. I believe he said that a 40-foot high fence, as long as they say they'll approve, will stop the golf balls. Now you're saying, I don't believe him. I want it taller. I want it to go out further to the street.
You know, all I know is I have seen the balls come over Bill's house, and then it comes over my house, and then it lands in the front yard. So if I don't have nothing there, it's not gonna protect them balls, because I have seen it. I have seen it with my eyes.
I can tell you, as a golfer,
Huh?
and not a good golfer, that you're just the result of bad shots. I mean, that's what happens. The golfers go out on the golf course, the good ones hit them straight down the middle. The bad ones go over here and over there. And like my house is on the opposite side. I'm on the Golden Gate side.
Yeah.
But balls go that way, balls go that way. You never know what's gonna happen. And the people that have fences or screens up typically have them on the sides of their houses, not even really elevated above their houses. They just have them protecting, so when the ball's coming this way, they have something to stop it before it hits their house, their windows, whatever it might be. And you know what they're saying is that's a fence that is, or a net that's as long and tall as what we're describing. It may not be perfect, but it's certainly going to protect your house in a great way.
But see, I see it stop here, but I see the balls coming over here when you're not protecting me. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, some people will go even beyond the more likely shot.
And I have to spend all this money to do this, and it's gonna be a fortune, and then I'm still not protected, because I'm not protected from the dents of the cars, the broken windshields, I'm not protected at my entrance, I'm not protected when I come out that door 20 times a day. I need to be protected there, so how do I get protected there?
The honest answer is probably going to be you might need to sell your house and move to a house that's not on the golf course. I mean, I'm not being facetious. Just if their golf course and golf balls are that great a threat to you, it sounds like you bought the home, and I understand why. But you now living on the golf course and understanding what it's like to have that home may decide that this might not be the perfect home for you, and you might need to relocate to something that's more suitable for you.
You know, what happened when my daughter died? I had just moved from Palm Springs, and I moved back to Ontario to be near my son, because his wife was dying of colon cancer, okay? And so in the meantime, Sheila died, okay, in a car accident. And so I moved from Palm Springs to Ontario. Then I had to tear down Sheila's house, and she had a huge house in Forsyth Canyon, okay? And then I had to move from Ontario to here to raise this child, because her house was rented out, and I didn't want that big house. It was too big. I wanted a smaller house because I'm old. That was so much for me to do all that. And when I move in a house, I don't just move in and hang one picture up and I'm done. It takes me years to get it the way I want it. And I got the house the way I want it, and now I'm tired.
Okay, so we need to have a conversation amongst ourselves. I think we understand all that you've said. Thank you for writing all this down and reading it. I think we've got a clear picture, but we need to have a conversation now amongst ourselves.
I need to, he knows, he's been on my place. He's talked to me on the phone. He's a nice man. And it's just, I just don't know how, I need.
Ma'am,
My grandson is 16 years
Ma'am?
old. He bought the money from his mother. He shopped and shopped for it. He bought a used little miles to save money. And then it hurts me when he gets this in his car, you know? And he's so smart and it doesn't cause me any problems. And I just want his car protected. I want my car protected. I want our door protected. We come in and out, and I want my entrance protected. If you guys figure it out, we can put it dead in the sky. Okay.
Well, thank you for coming in.
Joe, what are you thinking? You could take your mask off. I'd be able to hear you better. I'd have trouble. I'm so sorry.
Okay, it's all yours. Good luck. So, thank you.
Thank you. Do you need your box? Ma'am, was that your box?
Oh, yeah, can I get the last one? Do I go to POA to get that? Okay, thank you.
We'll wait just a minute, they'll make their decision.
Oh,
It's up to you.
What did she say to her?
She said she's making a decision. We're gonna make a decision.
I don't know, Harmony. I think I'd rather have her excuse herself. We'll get back to her. I think we understand your situation.
I listen all night, all the beautiful things you're doing, but you need to take care of us too, because we pay the bills too, you know, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I know that area pretty well. I know the house next door to hers. He does get a lot of golf balls in his backyard. He does have composition shingles on his roof. Because when he re-roofed it, he had Spanish tile or concrete tile. And, you know, so he got a special permission from the POA to put comp shingles, and they don't typically allow them. But because it's on the golf course and the amount of damage it was giving was, you know, allowed him to do that. I've never heard of any cars being hit because they're generally protected if they're up against a garage. And I've certainly heard of balls going in the street too. So I don't know where you would draw the line. I mean, 70 feet seems like a reasonable number. If the lot you said is 130 or 40 feet. So
Yeah,
that's-
he said it's
Counting the
132.
community setback, we're talking about 132 feet
Right.
From the curb,
from the curb back. So we're covering about 50 feet.
not the community setback, it'd be where she put a fence from the end of her property.
The curb to the front of the driveway, or front of the garage is what, 32 feet?
Correct.
So is it 70 after that, or? is
No,
that
it was,
including the 70?
we measured it from the back of the curb, so
So she's
the
already
curb would
got
be
the
there and
measurement to get to the house.
it'd be easy to measure from the curb back, is why we said 70 feet back. One thing that we were concerned about is we've seen the structure that's been put up to hold a 40-foot fence. I haven't seen a structure that you'd need an ample sized structure to be able to hold that.
I wanted to ask her, I didn't want to
Yeah.
extend the conversation, but I don't know if she knows how much she's looking at.
Oh,
By putting a 40-foot fence up.
yeah, 60.
Oh, she wants 60.
60
But
feet.
even if
Just
we-
even
we
40
only
feet
approve-
is going to be
we only
expensive.
approve a 40-foot fence.
Well, that's all we approved before, and it just became a standard, is 40 feet. We have also given, allowed a variance for the roofing material. This is a good reason to have that, but she has not applied for that. So, but we do have certain homes that are on the golf course that have had different type of roofing material, not tiles, which break easy.
Her house was 1 story or 2 story?
It's a single story.
And we're gonna go 40 feet high?
That's what we have approved.
That's
with-
what we would
That's what you guys
approve.
are saying is
Yes.
okay, which is still
Yeah.
gonna be.
The way it's
15 feet
lofted
above
over.
the peak of the roof.
Correct. It's going to be above the house and it does protect. So what we've done, we probably have approved about 15 of these on the golf course, throughout the golf course. And they're all 40-foot high. And most of them are only the back, not the sides too. The committee just said they would agree to the sides as well.
The reason that you don't want her to take this out to the front edge of her garage.
But she
is
wants
just-
to actually come out
Hold on.
further. Do you recall how far?
Yeah,
I'm just-
almost all the way.
I'm
Go
just
ahead.
It's almost
asking,
all the way to the curb.
You went to 70 feet based on her engineering drawings, but
Correct.
obviously she doesn't believe her engineering drawings, even
Correct.
though she's got a. The reason that you don't want to go out to the front edge of the garage, I understand not wanting to go out into the setback because it would
Mhm.
pretty look terrible, but come out far. Why did you choose 70 feet instead of 50 feet or 40 feet? Just curious.
It was only simply because when we looked at the large plan she has full-scale blueprints. And we looked at that and there's this orange line that goes, it's the center of the thing, and that's what we looked at.
I think it's in
is
the
how
very
that
back of your plans.
cross
Of
that.
your
But,
paperwork.
You know, they probably do come out, hit the street in front of her house. But what we had originally, or what we also tried to do was we went to the Greens Committee to look at maybe putting some kind
Could
of
you
an
take your mask
obstruction.
off?
Oh.
I need to see your lips.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So what we've done is we looked at, or asked the Greens Committee, what kind of an obstruction could you put? And let's get to the heart of the problem. It's right up here by the T. That's where the problem starts. So why not some kind of tree? What kind of landscaping trees? Or maybe just a short fence there at the, at the beginning of the T to be able to do that. And you see, this is third, correct? This is the third fairway. So you have 3 tees on this particular fairway, correct? And the only one they drew from was actually from the farthest one where the experts are supposed to be. That's the way I seem to remember when I used to play golf. With a really good players.
They recommend that, but on
Yeah.
weekends, everybody thinks.
Yeah, everybody thinks they're a good player, so.
There's no telling who's gonna play there. But
We're open, we were open to anything, but the problem was she wants,
just so you know, balls don't go straight.
Right.
Very often. Balls always have spin on them.
Right.
And they're either curling left or they're curling right.
Right.
And if you pull it left and it curls right, it can still go, out and around. You pull it that bad. I don't know that there's anything that's gonna say, like she said, unless you put a net over the top of her
Yeah.
house and protect it, there's nothing that's gonna be an absolute.
Yeah, but I dare say that almost all the golf balls she hauled in here came out of her backyard.
Absolutely.
when we went out to the,
And if she fixed 100 tiles, they were all on the back of the house.
That is
And so she
correct.
got- I found a golf ball in the middle of Spyglass cul-de-sac yesterday morning. You know how far up I am from the tee? The guy was a killer of a hit to get the ball clear out there. But once in a while, it's gonna happen.
My third shot.
No, but I'm just saying that I think that the 40-foot fence out some distance that we think is not objectionable is a realistic thing.
yeah, we went out there and actually talked to her twice. And she sat on this fence that comes out into the front setback and goes all the way back to the rear property line, across the back, and then comes back on the left side for the same distance. And there was just no compromise at all,
If
so.
you're gonna go that far to the edge of the garage, I think would probably be a good solution. I would just like to check with the next door neighbor.
Yeah.
Make sure that they don't object because there's a bedroom.
Oh, yeah.
That was one of our
That
concerns
is
as
another
well.
concern is.
Then if we do it here, are we going to be opening up a can of worms and letting a lot of people want to do this?
Yeah.
And so maybe there is something that we can do alternatively from, the golf course perspective of stopping it from coming, I don't know.
What about this shelter for her car in the driveway?
It's a setback issue. We can't
Yeah.
have it over, right?
You can't do that. So she proposed a aluminum wood patio covers the whole
She wants the whole driveway. to
whole
be covered.
driveway. and you can't have a structure in
I don't know if you
the
read it
front
or not, but
setback.
she doesn't want to park in her garage because her grandson keeps
Yeah.
his toy cars in there.
And she has pretty much a 3-car garage. It's two cars and a golf cart garage, a little smaller door, but she has
I
a
al-
large garage.
I also want to point out that we were generally concerned because at one of the visits, one of the committee members came back and said there were literally hundreds of balls in her front yard.
Oh,
And
yeah.
so I said, okay, inspectors, I want you to go out and inspect this property. I want to see just how bad it is on a daily basis. They did it for 15 consecutive days, excluding the weekends, and we did not, maybe 1 or 2. So I know she wants what she wants. She wants to have her house covered with this netting. So that's why we recommended the alternative plan that the committee took time to be able to evaluate. Now, if you want to push it further out to the edge of the garage, I think that we probably should do at least ask the neighbors if they would be opposed to that. Because
Is that a good stall for us?
No.
A good reason to table?
It's a good reason to table it. Unfortunately, it's not good for us.
Oh, I know. But we could say no to her. We can. I mean,
We're not saying no, we're just saying not what she's proposing. We're saying you can't have this, but you can have that. It's not like we're saying no to her. We're saying you can have.
no, when I said
Yeah.
that, I meant, that's what I
Right.
meant. We agree with you. 40 feet high, 70 feet back, all across the back. It's going to catch 99% of the golf balls.
Right.
And those third shots, 10 yards down from the tee, we can't touch. Does anybody feel like making a motion? I'd sure like to see if we can do something with this.
Don't like me, I'm not on the board. And I have no desire to run.
We've tried to get him too.
It's an easy job.
Yeah.
You can put any fence there you want, and it's not gonna always protect it.
Yeah,
Not unless you box the house with a fence.
yeah, that's why we thought the solution is really up where the problem starts. But I don't know.
And balls will still end up in the yard.
Yeah.
With a 40-foot high fence. I mean, balls will just go way high
Yeah.
and down, and it just don't.
And this is what, this is three is a 320-yard hole. So she's 150 off the back tee.
Oh, from the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From the back.
So like I said, this isn't a bad shot. It's, if you're on a 300-yard hole and you're only hitting it 150 and you're dead left, it's a bad shot. And anybody can have bad shots anytime. I mean, I've seen bad shots go through netting. Even the net's not going to protect them.
She wants a guaranteed solution. There's no way that I think we can
There's
give
no
her a
way.
guaranteed solution. And she's just gonna have to realize that you can fix it to maybe 70 or 80%, but you can't fix it to 100%.
Yeah.
And if she wants to put out that much money, for that, that's up to her.
Well, she's not unhappy being next to the golf course. It seems to make more sense to just find another house that's going to get her away from that which pains her. But she's got an attachment to the house.
I can only imagine what's inside her house. Outside her house, she has all these like pots that are all around. She has this giant cow. She has all sorts of cows. No, it takes years to get her house the way she wants it. I believe. I got it.
Well, the thing, Tom, is that if we stand with our ACC, she may decide to go buy another house. She's gonna spend this kind of money on that fence. She realizes she can afford to go buy something else.
$3,800.
We have to look at the reasonableness. Is it reasonable
I would have done a graph.
for the alternative suggestion?
So there's some separate here about from the Green Committee. Green Committee doesn't think it's necessary.
Well, Green Committee, the only decision that, I wasn't at that meeting.
Okay.
The only thing I understand is that they were approached with the tenant, or the member wanted to put up an 80-foot fence. 80 foot is what they were told, or it's in the minutes. And we typically only allow 40 feet, and the Green Committee said, we support that. But we don't want to see an 80-foot fence.
Well, that's the other thing I'm thinking about is that, especially with as far forward as she wants to go, is now it becomes possibly an eyesore for all of the people in the
Yes.
homes.
Yeah.
That are living
That's
around
what our
there.
concern is,
Yeah.
the aesthetic appeal.
And she may want to be protected 100% guaranteed, but it's just, what's the downside is all the stuff that has to go into getting her that guarantee.
And why she would want it across the back of her property is beyond me. I mean,
Yeah, the back, it would be parallel to the ball coming, so it would not provide any coverage. That's why we recommended not on the back.
just end up,
Yeah,
in her back part of the backyard,
yeah,
or carry on to the neighbors.
yes.
Well, I think she wants, corner to corner, edge to edge, she wants her whole property to be shielded with a force field.
Can we get a motion to support our ACC?
Motion, right? I so support the recommendation by the ACC to uphold the recommendation of 40-foot high fence, 70 feet.
Mike,
back from-
Mike, she said.
Let me open it back to the page too. Okay. Recommend, or I'm gonna make a motion that we take staff's recommendation and deny the appeal and further recommend that they submit an ACC alternative suggestion, or to the ACC, an alternative suggestion of a 40-foot high netting located 70 feet back from the curb and on the right side only.
I'll second.
Discussion?
Just make sure Tom's name is on the guy that made.
Doesn't matter, I'll get blamed. I make all decisions. Didn't you catch that?
Yeah.
All right, I have a motion and a second to do what Tom just read. Harmony, you good? Yes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn. Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you all for staying.